Mayor, we're ready to start when you are.
Okay, welcome to the Bellevue City Council regular meeting for November 15th, 2021. Clerk, can you do the roll call, please?
Yes, thank you. Mayor Robinson?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Neuenhouse?
Here.
Councilmember Barksdale?
Here.
Councilmember Lee?
Here.
Councilmember Robertson?
I'm here.
Councilmember Stokes?
Here.
And Councilmember Zahn?
Here.
Thank you.
Councilmember Stokes, could you please lead us in the flag salute?
Yes, I will. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, we have 3 proclamations tonight. The first one is Transgender Day of Remembrance proclamation. Councilmember Barksdale, could you read that, please?
Happy to, Mayor. Whereas each year, people and organizations around the country participate in Transgender Awareness Week, November 13th through the 19th, to help raise visibility and awareness of transgender communities and address the issues they face, including prejudice, discrimination, and violence. And whereas first officially recognized in 1999, Transgender Day of Remembrance on November 20th is an annual vigil that takes place around the world to honor and remember all transgender and gender non-conforming community members lost to violence in the current year. And whereas, as of the writing of this proclamation, at least 45 transgender people in the United States, including 5 individuals in Washington or the Pacific Northwest, were killed by violence so far this year, according to the Human Rights Campaign. This is the highest number of fatalities recorded in a year since the group began tracking fatal violence against transgender individuals in 2013. And whereas the city of Bellevue gathers each year to read the names of those transgender community members lost in our nation to violence, and will do so again on November 18th, 2021, as a way to recognize and remember these lives lost and raise awareness for the urgent need for resources to support and protect this community. Now, therefore, I, on behalf of Lynn Robinson, Mayor of Bellevue, Washington, and on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim November 20th, 2021 as Transgender Day of Remembrance in Bellevue, and urge all residents to join our community in reflecting on the unique identities and lives behind the individuals lost to violence from our transgender communities, and recommit to fostering an inclusive community for all.
Thank you very much. The next one is Native American Heritage Month. Councilmember Zahn, would you please read that one?
Yes, happy to, Mayor. Whereas November is Native American Heritage Month, and whereas Native Americans have been living in North America for up to 24,000 years, and whereas we recognize that Native Americans are not a single nation, but a variety of cultures, nations, and languages, and whereas this month is an opportunity to recognize the tribe's accomplishments and challenges, past and present, and whereas we take this opportunity to express our deepest respect to the original caretakers of this land who continue to live here and honor their unique ancestry and traditions. And whereas in 1990, George H.W. Bush approved a joint resolution for November to be called National Native American Heritage Month. And whereas the City of Bellevue honors the past with those who came before us, local and regional Native Americans, Alaska Natives, and all indigenous communities. Now, therefore, I, on behalf of Lynn Robinson, Mayor of the City of Bellevue, Washington, and on behalf of its City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of November 2021 as Native American Heritage Month in Bellevue, and urge all residents to reflect on the contributions and traditions of Native American communities that help make our diversity our strength as we embrace the future while respecting our past.
Thank you. And then the last one is National Veterans and Military Families Month Proclamation. Deputy Mayor Neuenhouse, would you read that one, please?
Certainly, Mayor. Whereas during National Veterans and Military Families Month, we recognize and thank those who serve and those that serve alongside them, their families and caregivers, for immeasurable sacrifices in support of our national security. And whereas the caregivers and families of those serving in our country's armed forces deserve credit for holding down the home front during deployments, coping with their loved ones' absences, and helping them readjust when they come home. And whereas thousands of servicemen and servicewomen and their families are stationed in Washington State at Joint Base Lewis McChord, Camp Murray, and other locations, making contributions to their communities. And whereas our veterans in conflicts around the world are able to perform at a high level due to the love and support of their families and caregivers. And whereas Bellevue residents can support the spouses of military men and women, often at a disadvantage in their careers due to frequent moves, through contributions to the United Service Organizations, the USO. And now, therefore, I, Lynn Robinson, on behalf of Lynn Robinson, Mayor of the City of Bellevue, Washington, and on behalf of its City Council, do hereby proclaim November 2021 as National Veterans and Military Families Month in Bellevue, and urge all residents to honor veterans and military families with support ceremonies and activities. Signed, Lynn Robinson, Mayor, City of Bellevue.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? City Clerk, do we have anyone signed up for oral communications?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This evening, we do actually have a full list of 10 speakers pre-registered for oral communications. And I would like to remind everyone that we do have a public hearing later this evening. So your comments, if they are related to the budget, need to come under the public hearing. I don't appear based on topics that people signed up for that we will run into any issue. But with that, I will call the first speaker on the list. Apologies, who is Ann Coughlin. Ms. Coughlin, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Your time begins now.
Thank you. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council members. My name is Ann Coughlin. My address is on file. I am speaking tonight on behalf of Northeast Bellevue. The Great Neighborhoods Program is on your City Council agenda for next week. We would like to share some key points for you to keep in mind as you review the Northeast and Northwest Bellevue neighborhood plans in preparation for that meeting. As a result of how the conversation with both neighborhoods was conducted, the end result is 2 neighborhood plans that are extremely similar, despite the fact that the neighborhoods have some distinctive differences and face unique challenges that should have been specifically reflected in their plans, which is the intent of the Great Neighborhoods Program. The structure of the 2021 Great Neighborhoods Program did not provide for customization by neighborhood, which would have allowed for in-depth discussion about topics specific to each neighborhood. For example, the resident value survey conducted by staff shows safety as the main neighborhood concern. Yet the only place safety is covered in the draft plan is in the transportation context. As we all know, safety is a much broader concern than that. It takes many forms, including traffic congestion, impaired access for emergency vehicles, like lack of sidewalks and bike lanes, increase in the varieties and frequency of crime, and the impact of the pending low barrier homeless shelter nearby, which is in close proximity to many schools. We have shared our concerns about the engagement, data gathering, and analysis process and the outcome thereof with staff and with the Planning Commission over the past few months. At the request of staff, a group of engaged Northeast Bellevue residents provided a comprehensive policy by policy review with specific feedback to custom-made the policies so that they are more tailored to our neighborhood. As you review the Northeast Bellevue plan, we would appreciate it if you would also review these specific suggestions that could be incorporated into the plan prior to adoption. We will email these to you this evening for your consideration. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Ms. Coughlin. And the next speaker on the list is Michelle Niethammer. And Apologies, we have a very large list of attendees tonight. Ms. Niethammer, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, excellent. Your time begins now.
Great. Thank you. Mayor Robinson, Deputy Mayor Neuenhaus, and Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. My name is Michelle Niethammer. My address is on file, and I'm speaking to you tonight on behalf of a group of Northeast Bellevue residents. As we have shared with you previously with you, we continue to be concerned about how the Great Neighborhoods program was conducted and what will happen with the program going forward. As you read the draft neighborhood plans over the coming week, we would like you to also consider the overall process and substance of the Great Neighborhoods program. For example, some key topics were removed from Great Neighborhoods and moved to a citywide level, including tree canopy and housing topology. While a discussion and action plan is certainly needed at the city level, one size does not fit all, and the neighborhoods need to be specifically engaged in what the impact will be. It's unfortunate that after engaging for over 3 years with the city to update our neighborhood plan, we now need to engage on the same topics at the city level with no clear timeline or game plan. We would like to ask you to direct staff to determine and communicate a specific plan and timeline to address these topics and how and when they will be handled at the neighborhood level. The urgency is clear, as tree canopy and housing are two very high priority options or items at the city level. Furthermore, we understand the Great Neighborhoods program will be put on hold next year until the comprehensive plan update has been completed in a few years. It's unclear at this time whether the staff intends to revise the Great Neighborhoods program scope, process, and substance, etc. Perhaps some of the broader policies that are in the current draft plans could be incorporated into the neighborhood element of the comprehensive plan instead, leaving more room and time for neighborhood-specific discussion and implementation in the neighborhood plans. Let me illustrate with an example. If expanding housing inventory through a wider range of housing topology is a policy in the updated comprehensive plan, neighborhoods could be offered a list of options to choose from to accomplish that goal in light of their neighborhood characteristics. For example, they could be asked to pick 3 preferred options from a longer list, including ADUs, DADUs, duplexes, triplexes, short platting, townhouses, multi-story apartments, etc. This type of solution would make the neighborhood plans more tailored to each neighborhood. We need to ensure that all the work that has been accomplished over the past 3 years does not get discarded. However, we also need to ensure that if material changes are made to Great Neighborhoods going forward, the Northeast and Northwest Bellevue plans are brought in line with those changes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Niethammer. The next speaker on the list is Bill Thurston. Mr. Thurston, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Your time begins now.
Okay. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to provide a few comments. I'm Bill Thurston, speaking on behalf of the Bellevue Club. The club, established since 1979, is a non-conforming use and requires this unique property to support these facilities. To protect and enhance this, the elimination of block lengths and parameter requirements must be eliminated. To keep us from doing what is essential, such as creating above ground convenient parking. Wig Property shares this concern, as well as the East Side Housing Roundtable. This issue, among others, must not be pushed to a development agreement that is not efficient, flexible, and provides uncertainty. The staff provided new opportunity for a minimum FAR of 2.5 to 3.5 for commercial or residential interest. If achieved, this provides an exemption to other amenity requirements. We support this and submit that the elimination of AMI housing for the Bellevue Club should not be required. We intend to create a pedestrian gateway and enhance the significant landscape we have established. There is no doubt about the need to support housing. The club hopes to accommodate this with residential interest for members and others. AMI housing is not supportable in high-rise development, but is the only alternative for the club. Additional housing supports this interest of the community. the club should be exempt from AMI housing or fee in lieu given. The council previously decided upon a 300 to 320 foot height limit. Unfortunately, we must create above grade parking, and because of this, we would request that this height be adjusted for the club to 320 to 340 feet. This would eliminate the need of a development agreement and stop the merry-go-round created by this process. With the resolution or clarification of some additional outstanding issues today, the direction of the council could resolve Luca Code and support commitments to proceed now, which we encourage. Thank you for your time and consideration of these requests.
Thank you, Mr. Thurston. The next speaker on the list is Abigail Deweese. Ms. Deweese, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Your time begins now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Abby Deweese, and I'm a land use attorney at the Hillis Clark firm. But tonight I'm speaking to you as a member of the Planning, Land Use, Sustainability, and Housing Committee of the Bellevue Chamber. As you know, the Chamber and the Eastside Housing Roundtable partnered on an update to the Eco Northwest study originally done for East Main to validate the assumptions in the East Main LUCA. Our full recommendations and that update were submitted prior to this meeting, and I want to highlight just a few of the specific comments. We encourage the council to pass the code provisions for the East Main LUCA that have the best opportunity for residential development, affordable housing, and a vibrant TOD community. For our part, we have taken a data-driven approach and have concluded that several LUCA refinements are warranted to meet these goals. First, the council should allow unlimited floor plates up to 120 feet for residential development. This will allow the greatest opportunity for housing production in the construction types that are most likely to pencil now. And this will result in the greatest potential for residential development to participate in the amenity system. On the commercial side, the council should allow 25,000 square foot upper level floor plates for the same reasons, so that commercial development will have the greatest potential to maximize FAR and achieve full amenity points. Second, the council should include a commercial fee in lieu as another tier 1 amenity to support affordable housing that is consistent with the legal parameters for an incentive system in Washington. If the city also wants to provide a path to deed property to satisfy the fee in lieu via an appraisal and development agreement, we would support that approach. Third, block sizes should be more flexible. In Bell Red, I personally represent several projects with street issues that add considerable cost, time, and development risk. This should be avoided to the greatest extent possible. Last, the council should be wary of a minimum residential component. We absolutely want residential, but if done right, the code itself will deliver this residential development, and we favor this market-based approach. Representing developers in other parts of the city, I've seen firsthand how a minimum housing requirement can delay development, which would be an undesirable outcome here. Thank you for your engagement on this important work, and we thank staff for their engagement with us over the past several months to get to this point. We are absolutely looking forward to getting to final code adoption for East Main in December. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Deweese. The next speaker on the list is Amy Louie.
Amy Lou, yes.
Lou, Ms. Lou, my apologies.
No problem.
I can hear you. Your time begins now.
Good evening, council members. My name is Amy Lou, representing Microsoft, and here tonight to speak in support of the Eastside Housing Roundtable's recommendations for the East Main Land Use Code Amendment and rezone work on tonight's agenda. First, let me say how grateful we are for the hard work staff and council have put into this rezone. It has been quite a journey to get this close to the finish line, and we applaud your dedication to getting this done and done right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As we all know, the East Main site is extremely important. It's with its 60 acres of contiguous redevelopable land located across from the new light rail station. This is a rare opportunity that we really must maximize. With this in mind, we support the roundtable recommendations in the letter sent to you today. The code changes requested ensure middle income and affordable housing are prioritized in every way possible and that maximizes height and density opportunities, again, given that the site is across from light rail. The roundtable recommendations also ensure that this council provides the policy direction now for major code elements such as floor plate size, amenity system, commercial fee in lieu, et cetera, and not letting that be decided by a future council as part of a development agreement. Thank you again for your continued leadership and your deep support for creating new housing in Bellevue.
Thank you, Ms. Liu. The next speaker on the list is Felicia Wig. Ms. Wig, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Your time begins now.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. We sent a letter over the weekend highlighting our final three critical needs in the East Main LUCA. All of our requests increase public benefit and thus should be included in the base LUCA and not pushed to the development agreement or DA. The more items that are pushed to the DA, the more time, money, and uncertainty will be introduced, which would delay all transit-oriented development, including the delivery of affordable housing. Our first request is to eliminate the block length and perimeter requirements to ensure an activated and safe space. The current requirements would prohibit the curved street as shown in our vision, make above ground parking confusing and inefficient, and potentially undermine the success of ground floor retail. If retail does not survive at East Main, the ground level will not only be empty and dead, but the entire development and station can start to feel dark and unsafe. The base code should encourage a safer and more activated environment. Second, it is much easier for affordable housing to be built if it is built as the project progresses, instead of being required all at once. Therefore, we propose splitting any minimum residential requirement into 3 equal parts that would be enforced at 60%, 80%, and 100% completion of the non-residential buildings. This should also be in the base code, as this will ensure development, including affordable housing, can proceed. Our final request is to allow 25,000 square foot non-residential floor plates to encourage the development of earlier affordable housing. Again, this item should unlock greater public benefit and thus should be addressed in the base code. The new code at East Main will set a template for land use code in other parts of the city, so it should be done right. It is much more efficient for council to use the current momentum to get as many items right in the base code as possible. Doing it later will mean building momentum again, and that will be inefficient and consume more time. Finally, if there's too much burden associated with the DA, then our only choice will be to live with the base code. The base code will either require us to build all high-rise towers on a grid system, as shown in Site Plan 1 of our letter, or would require us to significantly underbuild the site, which will deliver much less public benefit and much fewer public amenities. Thank you so much for your consideration, and thank you to staff and council for all of your hard work to date.
Thank you, Ms. Wig. The next speaker on the list is Pearl Leon. Ms. Leon, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Chairman. Can you hear me?
There you go. Yes, thank you. Your time begins now.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Robinson, Deputy Mayor Nieuwenhuis, and members of the City Council and City Manager Miyake. My name is Pearl Leung, and I work in Bellevue and speaking tonight on behalf of my employer, Amazon, regarding the East Main rezone. First, we want to thank and recognize the years of incredible work that the city, specifically the planning and community development team, has accomplished towards implementing Council's 2035 vision for the East Main TOD district. We share the same goals and recognition that the East Main rezone is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that we must ensure our efforts yield production of new and affordable transit-oriented housing. We also recognize the significant outreach from the city to seek and consider stakeholder input. On that, we want to thank council and staff for your consideration of the latest recommendations from the Eastside Housing Roundtable. As we have stated in previous public comments, Amazon remains steadfast in our support to work with the city and community stakeholders to preserve and increase affordable housing units on the East Side and in the Puget Sound region through our Housing Equity Fund. It is with that commitment that we encourage the council to adopt the East Main LUCA before the end of the year. We believe time is of the essence, especially recognizing that it takes several years for housing to get developed. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for your ongoing leadership to generate more affordable housing in Bellevue through land use policies such as this, Luca.
Thank you, Ms. Lung. The next speaker on the list is Dick Thompson. Mr. Thompson, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, I can.
Yeah, great, thank you. Your time begins now.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. My name is Dick Thompson. I reside at 3115 103rd Avenue Northeast in Northtown. Next week, November 22nd, the Northwest and Northeast Bellevue draft neighborhood plans are scheduled to be submitted to council for approval. I and others in the Northwest Bellevue neighborhood think that there are parts of our draft plan that do not represent the sentiment of our neighborhood. I and others from the neighborhood have met and presented our rationale for this position to several of you, as well as 2 assistant directors in the Bellevue Community Development Department. Last week, I summarized these discussions in a short document, along with proposed revisions to the draft plan, and submitted that document to each of you by way of email. I have recently been informed that planning efforts for the neighborhoods that will follow the Northwest and Northeast plans will be put on hold until after the major comprehensive plan update. This update may not be completed until mid-2024. So if council approves submitted plans next week, Bellevue will have an updated neighborhood plan that not only fails to represent neighborhood values, but will soon be out of compliance with an updated major comprehensive plan. Perhaps this scenario will motivate council to seriously consider options other than approval for the Northwest and Northeast Bellevue draft neighborhood plans. I am only one voice, but the positions that I have submitted to you in my communications are drawn from a study of the very same data that the city staff used in arriving at their draft neighborhood plan, and as such, should carry similar credibility. Please give this information your attention. I think that the information will be informative as you consider your options at next week's meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. The next speaker on the list is Patience Malava. Ms. Malava, I believe this is you under Housing Development. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
That it is you. Okay, thank you. Your time begins now.
Good evening, Mayor Robinson and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. For the record, I am Patience Malava with the Housing Development Consortium. I am calling tonight to urge council to pass the C1 proposal that is before you, and also add some direction for staff to take on after this meeting. The staff has worked diligently to improve the C1 proposal from the original one that we had seen, and we've really appreciated the extensive stakeholder engagement and incorporation of feedback. We do urge you to move forward at this point with the draft that will, number one, give a by right density bonus for affordable housing without requiring additional review for qualifying projects. We also are requesting you, as you saw in detail through the comment letter that we submitted, for you to direct staff to advance a comprehensive plan amendment and rezone in 2022, targeting qualifying properties to increase density close to arterials and also in areas with access to frequent transit and some historically underzoned areas as well. This, as you know, would provide a better and more predictable pathway for affordable housing, which is one thing that is desperately needed within the city of Bellevue currently. I also want you to consider ways that you can think of programmatic aspects that can support the facilitation of partnerships between the religious organizations and the nonprofit organizations as you are giving this by right density bonus. And I think the city can provide some technical assistance and ways that those partnerships can be facilitated. And with that, I want to close by expressing my gratitude in advance to you for moving this critical work forward. This is a down payment on a purpose of opportunity for more people, for more families, and for children to have access to your wonderful neighborhoods in the city of Bellevue. I didn't have enough time to get to the East Main Land Use Code amendment, but we have heard so much from many of our partners who have spoken on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malava. The next speaker on the list is Mark Griffith. Mr. Griffith, can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you. Your time begins now.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council members, I appreciate the ability to speak with you this evening. I'm Pastor Mark Griffith from St. Luke's Lutheran Church in Bellevue. My congregation has long been a part of the community conversation regarding how we address poverty, affordable housing, and providing shelter services. Our congregation, St. Luke's, recently partnered with Imagine Housing to develop 63 units of affordable housing on our campus. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the proposed LUCA for affordable housing, particularly the C1 density bonus proposal. As a representative of the faith communities, I know several congregations and organizations that would like to be a part of the affordable housing solution. As it is, the density bonus would not be sufficient to finance affordable housing, nor would it achieve meaningful or impactful density. The density bonus needs to be done in parallel with the rezoning process, I believe, in order to be successful. I appreciate Mayor Robinson, Deputy Mayor, and the Council's commitment to affordable housing and overall community health. I believe C1 is well-intentioned and is a step in the right direction, and yet needs to be accompanied by a rezoning conversation. Should we have that, this would be the right tool, I believe, to get the faith communities more robustly engaged in solutions for affordable housing. Alone, C1 does not provide that sufficient density for faith communities to efficiently or sustainably partner with community development and housing development organizations to provide places for affordable housing. I would respectfully ask the Council to provide the staff further directions in rezoning in conjunction with the C1 proposal. I also would respectfully ask that the Council direct the staff to work with religious organizations and housing nonprofits to optimize rezones on qualifying properties and properties that make sense given our emerging transportation infrastructure. I appreciate your attention to this. I appreciate you hearing our comments and taking all of this into consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. That is the end of our pre-registered list. We have time for one additional speaker during the 30 minutes of allotted time. At this point, I'd ask if there's anyone connected that would like to make a comment to council, please use the raise hand function. I need to remind you that if the comment is related to the budget, the appropriate place for that comment is under the budget public hearing, which will be occurring next. And we have also reached 3 speakers in opposition on concern regarding East Main. And with that, I see one additional hand.
Good evening, can you hear me?
Mr. Jack, is that you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Is this related to East Main?
It is related to East Main.
And I'm sorry, so I did say in opposition, but I did mean that there were 3 in support of East Main.
Gotcha. Well, then I will go ahead and pass on my comments and respect your process.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
If you have additional comments, please feel free to email council@bellevue.gov.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I do not see any additional hands. That would close oral communications.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, great. So we have a public hearing tonight. Mr. Miyake, would you like to introduce this?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Robinson and council members. The public hearing scheduled for this evening is related to the mid-biennium budget. Tonight's budget public hearing is an opportunity for residents and other stakeholders to provide input on the proposed mid-biennium budget update, including proposed property tax levies, other taxes, fees, and rates. Following the public hearing, staff is seeking council direction to either bring back all needed legislation to adopt the full mid-biennium on November 22nd, or bring back the property tax legislation for action, as well as other areas of the mid-biennium discussion consideration. Joining us this evening is Tony Paul, the director of our finance and asset management group, as well as Evan Phillips, the city budget manager. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Tony and Evan for a brief staff report before you open up the public hearing.
Evan, go ahead. Evan, if you're speaking, we can't hear you. You might be on mute. Still on mute.
Sorry about that, everybody. Thank you, City Manager Miyake. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council members. Thank you for having us here this evening. Tonight, we are having a public hearing on the proposed 21-22 mid-biennium budget. After the public hearing, staff seeks direction to either come back with the entire mid-biennium adoption package on November 22nd, as City Manager Miyake laid out, or provide direction to staff to bring back property tax legislation for action, as well as any other areas of discussion for November 22nd. This is a change. The city's signed property tax legislation is due to the county no later than November 30th. November 22nd is the last regular council meeting in November. So as a reminder, here's the calendar for the mid-biennium. On Monday, October 18th, staff provided an overview of the calendar, and on the following Monday, October 25th, Development Services provided an overview of development activity, services levels, and the annual cost of service study. Council directed Director Brennan to return with an updated fees ordinance at the adoption of the mid-bi budget. Last week on November 8th, Council was presented with an overview of the mid-biennium adjustments and the general fund forecast. As a refresher, the mid-bi is mandated by state law and serves as a technical update for the second year of the biennium. In doing so, the proposed mid-biennium includes technical adjustments for inflation, updated revenue projections, the correction of errors, and minor adjustments to the CIP, among others of a similar nature. The mid-bi also serves to further implement the council priorities included in the 21-22 adopted budget, including converting a limited term employee to a full-term position for homelessness outreach and coordination. The mid-biennium also adds 3 new positions, including a new daytime battalion chief in support of Fire Station 10, as well as 2 positions for Arch, which are supported by Arch city contributions. The other updates include a second year of early funding opportunities for behavioral health and housing services related to House Bill 1590. The proposed mid-biennium also includes a 1% property tax adjustment that was contained in the 21-22 adopted budget, as well as the $3 million sales tax swap from the CIP into the general fund. This latter item was a temporary 2-year fix only. So with that being said, thank you, Mayor. That concludes our public hearing staff report.
Okay, thank you, Evan. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to hold the public hearing. We're going to listen to public comments and then close the public hearing. Then we'll have discussion amongst the council members and then provide some direction to staff. So is there a motion to open the public hearing?
I move to open the public hearing.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So City Clerk, do we have anybody signed up for comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we have a number of speakers this evening, but before I start calling names, I wanted to mention a couple of things. The legally required budget public hearing was noticed in a paper of general circulation on both November 1st and November 8th. And as a result of that public hearing notice, the council has received 5 written comments from citizens. Each of those comments are in your desk packet this evening. And with that, I will start calling the first name, which is Court Olsen. Mr. Olsen, can you hear me? Mr. Olsen, can you hear me? Try one more time. Mr. Olsen? Okay, I see you and you must be unable to unmute. I'm going to circle back to you next. I'll move on to the second speaker, who is Martine Smets. And Ms. Smets, can you hear me? Ms. Smets, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Your time begins now.
Thank you. Thank you very much for letting me speak. So, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council Member, I would like to talk to you about what is my most pressing concern these days, and it's climate change. We know, I mean, you've been told by scientists that we don't have much time left to avoid a climate catastrophe. And to tell you the truth, I'm scared. I'm really scared for my children and maybe my grandchildren if my children ever decide to have children. We owe it to future generation, to the young generation alive now, to make things right and to clean up our mess. Because the future depends on what we do now, on what we're going to decide to do. We don't have any time to lose. You know, reports show that 70% of US greenhouse gas emissions are associated with cities. The city of Bellevue has committed to cut this emission by 50% by 2030. There's not that much time to achieve this goal. And at the moment, there are only 2 people dedicated to environmental stewardship. It's not enough to do all the actions needed to achieve those goals. So I am respectfully asking this council, the mayor and deputy mayor, to please dedicate additional staff to work on climate solutions. Local people for climate action have found that other cities that are addressing those goals more quickly than us, more efficiently, have 7 to 13 staff dedicated to work on climate solutions. We need to have more budget for those because this is the emergency we are facing. We are all facing, and you have to address now because we don't have time and you don't have any option. We have to meet those commitments. Thank you very much for your attention and for being, and for taking what I'm saying into account.
Thank you, Ms. Smets. Mr. Olsen, I'm going to circle back to you. Can you hear me now? Okay, I will move on to the third speaker, who is Barbara Chevalier. Ms. Chevalier, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Your time begins now.
Perfect. Thanks so much. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight on the city's budget. Well, I know a lot of people find budgets really dry and tedious. I think of them as moral documents, right? They're our opportunity to literally put our money where our mouth is and make the financial investments, right? To create the kind of world we want to live in and leave for our kids and grandkids. And to that end, our budget priorities should reflect our collective values and the collective challenges we face. Bellevue has long prided itself on being a city in a park, a city designed with the future in mind, right? A city that moves and adapts while retaining the best of what makes the Pacific Northwest such an incredible place to live. And true to that history, to our history, it's time that we step up and address our contributions to the increasingly urgent climate crisis. One way that we can tangibly and meaningfully do this is by curbing the rapid pace of tree removal associated with both residential and commercial development and redevelopment in our city. While I appreciate the budget constraints we face, I ask the city to prioritize both the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and enhancement of the city's environmental resilience by preserving and increasing our tree canopy. Bellevue's land use code has several critical deficiencies and loopholes that need immediate attention. Like Bellevue, both Kirkland and Redmond have 40% canopy goals. Unlike Bellevue, Kirkland and Redmond have implemented stronger tree codes to help ensure that those goals are attained. To catch up, I suggest that Bellevue adopt changes that match Redmond's updated tree code. Consistency like this across Eastside municipalities would benefit the environment, developers, and property owners. Specific codes should be changed to improve tree protection, right? Creating stricter designations for both significant and landmark trees, requiring that removal of these be accompanied by a permit. Tree retention can be improved by creating minimum standards for tree removal within single-family residential areas. We must replace trees lost to disease, development, climate change, especially those designated as significant or landmark trees. And those replacement trees need to be as close as possible to the location where they were removed for equity reasons, as well as just ecosystem resilience. And of course, no law is worth anything without enforcement. Tree code communications, education, permitting, and compliance monitoring should be staffed by the city as part of its ongoing services portfolio. Yes, this will require more people. However, time is of the essence, given the pace of development and the rapid pace of climate change. 2022 must be an inflection point, a year when Bellevue fully and finally walks the walk that so many of its residents and businesses both support and are already doing on their own. Please, please listen to residents and help us all live our values, making trees a 2022 priority and investing in them and a collective future for all of us that is cleaner, cooler, and more equitable. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Chevalier. The next speaker is Marlene Meyer. Ms. Meyer, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Your time begins now.
Okay, thank you. I am pleased to have the opportunity to speak to you about our city's budget. My name is Marlene Meyer, and I live at 2408 131st Place Northeast, Bellevue 98005. I have two experiences that I would like to share with you that are related to my suggestion on the budget. First is that every summer I enjoy swimming in our lakes and sitting on our lovely beaches. This summer, there was a change. Many record heat waves led to several algae bloom alerts, making it dangerous for myself, other Bellevue citizens and their families, and tourists to enjoy the lakes and beaches. These heat waves also affected our emergency staff as they rushed to help many people with heart attacks, trees dying and falling into streets, sudden combustion fires on sides of highways, and smoky air alerts. You might call this just a fluke for this summer, and yet recently, the news has been filled with similar changes around the world. To prevent such changes, Bellevue's Environmental Stewardship Plan, ESP, sets a progressive goal of cutting greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2030, a goal determined by the UN Intergovernmental Committee for Climate Change, IPCC, or face catastrophic consequences to our environment and our lives that we can't imagine. I know our growing city has so many funding priorities, and yet ESP, an important document for our future, has only one staff member to implement the many actions to be done to get to this goal. You each know well the time involved for handling complex issues, such as buildings and transportations in our cities. To be realistic, ESP's important goals need at least 3 more staff members. I conclude my second story just in the 30 seconds here. I was shopping in a local clothing store when I looked over in the young adult section and saw a green t-shirt that said something about the environment. The t-shirt had a saying on it that said, "It's up to us." I stopped for a minute, and then I realized this younger generation was saying it's up to them to get the right answers. I asked you to show these young people that they're wrong, that we can get the right answers going for their future and for ours. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer. The next speaker on the list is Don Marsh. Mr. Marsh, can you hear me?
Yes, am I coming through?
Yes, thank you. Your time begins now.
All right, good evening, council members. As you may have heard, the nonprofit organization 300 Trees helped to plant 300 native trees on the Sammamish High School campus this weekend. This is the culmination of a student-initiated project that involved many different organizations and took over a year to fund, plan, and implement. We are proud of these visionary and persistent students and the efforts of dozens of volunteers who braved wind, rain, physical exertion, and copious amounts of mud to bring this plan to fruition. The city's permitting department also deserves recognition for streamlining the necessary permits and helping us stay under budget. However, this ambitious project and 3 different tree giveaways we held this year succeeded in planting only half the number of trees needed every year to achieve the city's tree canopy targets by 2050. We will step up our efforts, but we need the city to step up too. We've been working throughout the year with Bellevue's environmental stewardship team, and they are amazing, but they are overworked and understaffed. Planting trees is only a tiny part of the work needed to cut community-wide emissions by 50% by 2030. Bellevue's goals are good, and your staff is doing an admirable job given the resources they have, but it's not nearly enough. We ask that the 2022 budget includes $200,000 to develop new tree protection codes for our city and an additional $400,000 to add 3 full-time positions to the environmental stewardship team. This would begin to address a significant shortfall in Bellevue's environmental staffing compared to many cities of similar population and budget. Bellevue needs to demonstrate environmental leadership because Bellevue is a smart city. Bellevue is a wealthy city. Bellevue is the home to high-tech companies that have a global impact. For these reasons, many cities look to Bellevue for inspiration and examples of what they should be doing. By placing a low priority on funding environmental stewardship, Bellevue sets a negative example that might be followed by other cities in our state and across the country. The conclusion of the UN Climate Conference last week shows why cities are so important in the fight against climate change. The Glasgow Summit produced more commitments than ever before, but there were also many weasel words and loopholes. We cannot rely on national governments alone to provide all the answers. Cities need to lead, and Bellevue needs to lead those cities. Your vote to meet the needs of our planet and future generations has never been more pressing. Please meet this moment with courage and vision. We and our children and grandchildren are counting on you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Next on the list is April Stevens. And Ms. Stevens, if you are connected, can you use the raise hand function? I do not see your name on the list. Again, April Stevens. Okay, moving on. The next speaker is Paul Bruno. I see your hand. Oops, where did you go? Mr. Bruno, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Charmaine.
Okay, thank you. Your time begins now.
Good evening, Mayor Robinson, Deputy Mayor Neuenhuis, City Council members, and City Manager Miyake. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Paul Bruno, and I live in Bellevue and truly appreciate everything the City Council has done to make Bellevue a wonderful place to live. As a member of the People for Climate Action and citizen of Bellevue, I recently had the pleasure to virtually meet with most of you to discuss the environmental stewardship plan. As you recall, we discussed the comparisons to 5 other cities in the US, similar size to Bellevue, that also have environmental initiatives. However, there was one major difference. The full-time staff at each of those cities exceeded Bellevue's by anywhere from 3 to 5 times. This has contributed to these 5 cities successfully executing their plans, and in many cases, a reduction of greenhouse gases upwards to over 26% over a 10 to 18 year period. So in order to rapidly implement the many actions listed in the environmental stewardship plan and the additional measures that will surely be needed, most full-time environmental stewardship staff positions must be promptly added in both 2022 and in 2023. Otherwise, it is highly unlikely that the city will be able to implement measures with sufficient urgency and diligence to cut community-wide emissions 50% by 2030. Let me please add right now, too, that the existing ESP staff, Jennifer Ewing and Anna, are doing a tremendous job, but they need much more help. So to that, we ask that the city add $400,000 to the 2022 budget to be used for hiring 3 more staff dedicated to rapid environmental stewardship plan implementation. And as always, the People for Climate Action stand ready to assist the city in any way possible to help with this critical initiative. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bruno. Next on the list is Bill Wester. And there you are. Sorry, you raised your hand and you bounced around on my screen. Mr. Wester, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Perfect, thank you. Your time begins now.
Dear council members, I want to speak in favor of a $400K increase in the budget for additional staff for the environmental stewardship plan. I am Bill Westery, retired aerospace engineer and resident of Bellevue. Several years of my work in aerospace was in the design and technology of spacecraft. In doing this, I became very familiar with how heat is transferred in space. The Earth is heated by solar radiation and cooled by radiation of the Earth to deep space. For 800,000 years in the past, these have been balanced, but now they are out of balance. Cooling has been restricted by the 50% increase in the concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere from fossil fuel emissions. More heat in than heat out means that the temperature of Earth has to increase. This is our default condition and will remain so forever unless the concentration already in the atmosphere is reduced to the historic level. We can't reduce that concentration until we stop adding new emissions. That is why we have to get to zero emissions fast, so that the natural sequestration can start to reduce the greenhouse gas concentration in the atmosphere. We have to do this. There is no other acceptable option. Knowing this, a few years ago, I set out to see if it was practical or even possible for the average person living in a typical residence or running a typical business to ever reduce their energy load to zero. It turns out that it is. I have been able to get to zero by improving the efficiency of our home, replacing our gas furnace with an electric heat pump, going to an electric car, and producing the electricity with solar panels. These are the identical things that the $400K budget increase would enable new staff to educate and develop plans to achieve, making it practical for everyone to also get to zero. That's why I think it's so critical. Lastly, I want to share with you what happens to a person who has made this transition. From the economic side, my entire energy bill, including transportation, is $7.90 a month, the amount I pay PSE for the privilege of being connected to the grid. But far more important is the hope that our future generations will survive. Hope that is based on what I know is possible, not on some irrational wish dream. I would ask that the council approve the $400K addition and make it possible to meet the targets set in the ESP. It only adds 0.02% to our budget. That is a very small price to pay for future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Westery. The next speaker on the list is Julie Beffa. Ms. Beffa, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, your time begins now.
Thank you. Thank you to the council for giving us the opportunity as residents to express our hope that the support for the Bellevue Stewardship Plan will be voted on and accepted for this $400,000 budget item. I'm speaking as a 40-year resident of Bellevue, and what I've seen as far as the landscape of the old growth, evergreen trees, maples, and other Northwest trees being totally clear cut is gut-wrenching. We cannot deny that development and builders in this area have produced a very livable city, but at the expense of the tree canopy and everyone's environmental health. I think it's imperative that the staffing be increased for for Bellevue's 2020 environmental stewardship plan, and that it be funded. I don't think there is any other more important funding part of the budget than our own city's health. Bellevue is a high-tech city. It is just incredible that we are at this stage right now that we're questioning whether or not this kind of funding should be approved. We're going to have just Amazon 25,000 more people moving to this city, and the number of trees that I see on my daily walks disappear is so heart-wrenching. I just can't imagine not including these additional staffing positions. We want to lead, and we need to get the greenhouse gas emissions cut to the 50% expectation. And I'm just so impressed with the previous testimonials that everyone seems to be so much involved in this. I just think it's incumbent upon the council to move in the right direction and do the right thing. Thank you for giving us the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Becca. The next on the list is Jennifer Keller. Ms. Keller, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Your time begins now.
All right, thank you. My name is Jennifer Keller. I live at 115 146th Avenue Southeast in Bellevue 98007. Good evening, Mayor Robinson, Deputy Mayor Newenhouse, and council members. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I want to echo previous speakers about the request for increasing the support for implementation of the environmental stewardship plan. I love the beauty of the Northwest, and because I'm concerned about our young people and their future and in a time of climate change, I want to speak today. I've been watching the unfolding of COP26 with great concern. For me, COP26 really brought home how we must all do our parts at every level of society to make the transition to clean energy as quickly and equitably as possible. I also want to add thanks for your past work on the environmental stewardship plan and for the October 18th discussion of the plan implementation. I appreciated that during that discussion, it came up that we do need to pick up the pace for the plan implementation and get it moving. I also want to say thanks for related efforts that don't always fall completely under the environmental stewardship plan, things like working on transit-oriented development and multimodal transportation, including working on plans for East Trail. The staff is working hard and has accomplishments to show for it, as we saw in Jennifer Ewing's presentation on October 18th. So again, I want to echo previous requests that we get possibly 3 additional staff to really get the environmental stewardship plan moving. This is utterly crucial for the futures of our young people. Please ensure that you fully fund the environmental stewardship plan implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keller. Next on the list is Barbara Braun. Ms. Braun, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Your time begins now.
Okay, thank you. So hi, hopefully you're not getting too bored with this topic, but thank you, city leaders, for the opportunity to speak. So there are urgent calls from a critical mass of Bellevue residents to fund the ESP, starting in 2022 to the level that ensures Bellevue meets its 2030 greenhouse gas reduction commitments. The request from People for Climate Action is that $400,000 be added to the 2022 budget to be used for hiring 3 more staff dedicated to rapid ESP implementation. In addition, residents are asking for urgent action on updating the tree land use codes to a level comparable to other East Side communities. 300 Trees requested $200,000 be budgeted in 2022 for this effort. Last week, the mayor requested an internal estimate for this project, which will provide a better estimate of the budget required for that project. Also last week, several council members voiced reticence about adding additional spending to the biennium budget. However, residents believe these two projects are urgent and non-discretionary. With national surveys reporting nearly 70% of Americans want urgent action on climate, Council must assume a very high percentage of residents are in favor of acting now. So how can the funds for these projects be found? What are the creative ideas to make them happen? Here are some ideas. Implementing a small citywide emissions remediation use fee, similar to a wastewater fee on businesses and residents. Freeing up existing budgets by using our ARPA funds in all applicable spending categories to the maximum extent possible. Slowing down, but not canceling, investments in discretionary projects, such as the Aquatic Center, so that the two environmental projects can be scheduled in 2022. So there are creative ways to find funds. The entire world agrees we must invest now. Every locality and jurisdiction must participate. Meeting our 2030 ESP commitments is not optional, but rather a moral imperative. Please be creative and find a way to fund these projects in 2022. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Braun. Next on the list is Bruce Bowman. Mr. Bowman, can you hear me? Mr. Bowman, can you hear me? Okay, I'm gonna go to the next speaker, and that is Christy Ware. Ms. Ware, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Your time begins now.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Robinson, Deputy Mayor, and Bellevue City Council. My name is Christy Weir, and I've been a resident of Bellevue for over 50 years. However, tonight I'm representing the Earth and Climate Action Ministry of East Shore Unitarian Church here in Bellevue. I'm sure we have all followed the recent COP26 UN Climate Summit meetings in Glasgow. What are some of the takeaways? We have learned that even if all countries met their current pledges to reduce emissions, that the Earth's temperature will rise by more than the target of 1.5 Celsius. Many at the conference urged the emissions be cut by 50% by 2030, and that pledges be met with specific plans to ensure meeting targets. However, due to the need for 100% consensus, the final Glasgow Summit Pact failed to include these needed targeted steps to reduce emissions by 50% by 2030 or to meet the 1.5 target by 2100. So the ball has been kicked down the road to next year's meeting. How is this relevant for tonight's budget hearing? The City of Bellevue also has failed to develop detailed plans and steps to meet its pledge to reduce emissions by 50% by 2030. There must be more staff and funding for the environmental stewardship plan to accomplish this. At COP26, 100% consensus was needed for the final agreement. So it ended with a watered down and insufficient pact. The Bellevue City Council does not need 100% consensus to add funding to the environmental stewardship plan. I urge you to vote to increase funding by $400,000 to the 2020 budget and not kick the can down the road to next year or next budget cycle. It would be too late. It may be too late by then to meet the 2030 budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ware. The next speaker on the list is Gary Saris. Mr. Saris, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Your time begins now.
Thank you. Again, I would like to acknowledge the guidance provided by this and previous city councils for the growth and governance of Bellevue. As a resident for the last 40 years, I have seen smooth, continuous, and well-planned growth in this community. Thank you. Really appreciate that. A major issue that has been overlooked is the growth, and this growth is the impact of climate. And this is puzzling to me as to why we've overlooked this for so long. And it should be one of our major goals in our planning for what we do here, but we don't include it yet. Funding to support an active, strong environmental stewardship program is needed. We that live in the beautiful, well-managed community of Bellevue need to acknowledge that we are a significant contributor to climate change. We need to work on understanding how we contribute to the problem and what we can do about it. Increasing the funding for the Environmental Stewardship Program can provide community understanding and suggest meaningful action. It is not an issue that we can delay and passing on to future councils. When conditions are more visible, it is need to be addressed now. As a side note, I live in a 55 plus co-op community, and we have an annual visit from a fire inspector provided by the city. In the last review, he noted that items in the storage lockers were too close to sprinkler outlets and need to be moved to increase our chances of survival in case of a fire. I would deeply appreciate a similar visit from a city official to provide information and tools on how to mitigate climate change before it becomes irreversible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Saris. That is the end of our pre-registered list, although I'm going to circle back to Mr. Olsen. If you can hear me. Mr. Olsen, can you hear me?
Strange. Now I'm unmuted. I can hear
There?
you. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Your time begins now.
Thanks, council members, for listening to all these speakers and again to me tonight. Due to my engineering and training and professional work, I've overseen the design and construction of commercial buildings. And because buildings have a very big role in climate change, I've been motivated to study climate change quite extensively for almost 20 years now. As I've advanced on this learning curve, I've come to realize that climate change is quite complex and hard to get your arms around, even for a person with my science-based training and level of concern. There's a lot to learn, and no one person can know all that there is to know. Through many discussions with other people about climate change, I've come to learn a high percentage of folks, probably over 99%, don't have a good understanding of the problems and solutions. It's not because they aren't smart, it's because of the enormous complexity of climate change. And that makes it hard, and also because folks just don't have the time to deeply research the issues. Consequently, 99+% of the population can't really distinguish between the truly impactful solutions, the modest impact ones, and the low impact solutions that get discussed. I think that helps to explain why many cities are having trouble prioritizing the best choices and bringing their greenhouse gas emissions down. As leader of the People for Climate Action Coalition of city chapters, I see such understandably clouded vision in play in many cities across our region. Here in Bellevue, I see the city's two hardworking environmental stewardship staff doing their best to implement parts of the environmental stewardship plan that was adopted last December. It seems that few people inside or outside of city government are really able to fully realize their good work isn't enough to get the ultimate job done. At this rate, I'm certain that we're going to miss the commitment to cut greenhouse emissions 50% by 2030. Both inside our city government and in the public community, we need better understanding of the truly impactful climate actions that should be taken. Few of the truly impactful actions needed are in the current plan. Furthermore, we need several more full-time staff to get the job done. That's why the People for Climate Action leadership is respectfully asking that the city add 3 more environmental stewardship positions in 2022 and again in 2023. We need to better prioritize the options and then implement them rapidly in order to achieve the greenhouse gas reduction commitments that we've made. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Olsen. And Mr. Bowman, I see your hand raised. Can you hear me?
Yes, Charlene, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Thank you.
I found the right button. Thank you. Well, good evening, Mayor Robinson, Deputy Mayor Newenhouse, and other council members. I hope this isn't too repetitive, but my address is on file and I'm speaking to you regarding the ESP increased funding need. As members of Bellevue City Council, you are elected to represent the residents of your city in their health and well-being in the short and long term. Unfortunately, in the area of greenhouse gas reductions, the actions being taken do not meet your own expectations in addressing this existential threat to our community at large. I'm speaking to you this evening regarding the needed funding increase to grow the institutional knowledge of the environmental stewardship team. This is going to be a long haul journey, and we need that knowledge embedded in the organizations and at the city level in order to take long-term appropriate actions. We all know the team is underfunded compared to similar sized cities. That data has been shared with many of you in one-on-one meetings. We know that Bellevue's own data shows we are falling behind on reduction of our greenhouse gas emissions, and we are not going to make our own 2030 commitments. City budgets, like many budgets, reflect the values and priorities of the city and the council that represents the residents. And I can only take away that addressing greenhouse gas emissions currently is not a priority of this council. I respectfully request you reconsider that position. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. And again, that reaches the end of our pre-registered list. However, if there are additional folks who would like to make comment during the public hearing, please use the raise hand function. I see 2 more hands. Marlene Meyer, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Your time begins now.
Thank you. I know I have spoken already this evening. I have a comment in regards to a previous speaker. I think Miss Barn, but it doesn't matter. It's
Ms. Meyer. Ms. Meyer, I'm sorry, I need to cut you off. I did not realize you were actually you already spoke under the public hearing. You can only speak once.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. I do see an additional hand, Kurt Allred. Mr. Allred, can you hear me?
Hello, yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hold? Oh, there we go. Timer is reset. You can start now.
Okay, thank you. Hello, council and staff. My name is Curtis Allred, 13609 Southeast 43rd Place. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight about the budget. I'll be brief. I just want to voice my support of the sentiments expressed by many speakers tonight regarding climate action. The disappointing outcome of last week's climate summit in Glasgow, Scotland, underscores that climate action must happen at the local level. We're facing a potential climate catastrophe, yet there is little discussion about it in the budget talks. I understand that you all face tremendous pressure from developers who loudly resist any changes that they believe will impact their bottom line. However, I urge you to listen to the voices of the public who are concerned for their future in a world ravaged by climate-driven weather catastrophes. I ask you to please increase budget and staffing for the environmental stewardship plan and apply Bellevue's excellent leadership abilities to the climate problem. Also, I'd like to ask you to budget the small amount of money it would take to copy and adopt the more ambitious tree protection land use codes of Kirkland and Redmond. It's heartbreaking to see houses in my neighborhood and all over the city being demolished and their lots being scraped to build these massive new houses that push up against property boundaries. Huge trees are being cut down so developers can maximize profits by building the largest possible house on the property rather than design around these beautiful and majestic trees. Please adopt the codes of our neighbor cities. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you, Mr. Allred. One final call out for additional speakers this evening. Please use the raise hand function. And Mayor, I do not see any additional hands. I'll turn it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Charmaine. And thank you to everybody who came to speak to us tonight. We really appreciate it. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, I'm gonna open this up to discussion from the council members based on what we heard from the public tonight. Is there anybody who has a comment or a question? Okay, I see Councilmember Zahn and Councilmember Stokes. Councilmember Zahn, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. You know, I want to thank Tony and Evan for the hard work you've done to thread a needle and provide us with a balanced budget that we saw. Really appreciate it because we know that the budget's stretched and our cost of living increase is higher than normal. So I appreciate how hard it is to thread a needle. I will say that, you know, it wasn't lost on me that on my Facebook today, the environmental stewardship plan popped up as a 1-year anniversary of when we passed that plan, and the wedge analysis that shows all of the actions we have to take in order to get to a 50% reduction by 2030. And that's both municipal as well as citywide. So I do want us to have a discussion about what that means and what we may be willing to do even in the mid-buy, because a year ago when we voted on the budget, we talked about the fact that there were lots of things that were unknown and that in the mid-buy we were going to have this conversation about what might be needed in terms of any budget adjustments. So if I think about the amount of work we have to do and those 77 actions, I do believe that we need to provide more resources. And so I would just start with a question of last year in the budget. I know that I requested and we did get some money put in for, I believe what we were calling some early wins on the ESP. And that was $100,000 each year for 2 years. Did that money already get spent? And if not, is that money, so let me just back up. I think that we do need to move forward and look at the tree protection code. And I also believe we need to figure out how to get more resources and staff. So my question is, of the money that we already budgeted, has that already been spent? And can some of that be reallocated to an FTE? And then what is possible in related to the ARPA funds, where if we can use some of the $2 million that was unallocated this year to pay for some of our other costs related to COVID, can that money be made available for us to fund the additional people? And I believe that when we talked about development services, I also brought up that potentially if we were to look at 3 positions, one of them may be one that would be in the development services and permitting, so they can work with the very people that are looking at renovations of buildings to be able to help with making choices that help in that environmental stewardship and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So I guess I would like to understand, what are those options? What's possible?
Councilmember Zahn, this is Tony Call. I'll step in and try to answer the bulk of your questions that you had there. The easiest one is the ARPA. When we came back in August, Council authorized the spending of 8 of the $10 million, leaving the 2 on the table that you mentioned. And yes, we will be coming back probably after the first of the year regarding ARPA and looking at all the needs across the city and how best to use those funds as Council directs. So we are anticipating another $10 million of ARPA in May of next year. That is substantially one-time money and would need to be spent, I believe, if my memory is correct, by December of 2026. So whatever we choose needs to be spent by December of 2026. So that information will be coming back to Council after the first of the year. On the other items you mentioned, on the tree canopy, I'm going to have to send that one over to Deputy City Manager Ms. Behrens, if that would be acceptable.
All right, so with respect to what's possible for the tree canopy, we have a couple things going on. We can talk to community development and come back on money that was added to the budget last year, whether it's been spent or could be reallocated in part to looking at this. So we can put that on the parking lot and bring it back. The other part of that, though, is prioritization for the work. So with respect to getting particularly code and policy work done, that is a specialty we're currently having a hard time filling permanent positions with already. So I don't want to oversell our ability to recruit and get people on board. And then within our existing staff, we would need to prioritize that tree work, come back to the council with a discussion of the other code and policy work that is on the list based on other council priorities and set at the appropriate sequencing for that work.
Okay, so is one of the items on the table here having a discussion with my colleagues about whether we could allocate the 500,000 of the 2 million in ARPA for and have it be a limited term employee so that we can get started on some of this work? Because I also believe that with the Infrastructure Investment Jobs Act, that there's going to be potentially, and also partnerships out in the community and businesses, that there's potentially money that having more staff would actually help us get access to grants and partnerships, so it isn't a sunk cost where we don't actually get any benefits. So is that one of the, I'm asking a process question now, whether that's one of the things we can do tonight.
Brad, you want to?
Yeah, need to talk to the rest of the council members if they're willing to entertain that proposal.
Okay,
for this evening.
So since I spoke first, I will stop here and see what my colleagues think.
Yeah, if we could just direct our comments to Janice's question here, and then we'll move on to the next topic within this section. Is there anybody who would like to make a comment or question to what Janice is asking? I guess, I think what I'm wondering is this the time, is tonight the time to do this, or do we need to make time on our schedule either before the end of the year or at the beginning of next year to see what we have in terms of funding to finance something like adding more staff and looking at the tree codes? So if there is some guidance from staff on that, that would be helpful.
Mayor and council members, and we certainly could take a look at some of the ideas that Councilmember Zahn had raised and bring it back at a future council meeting. I was thinking, is that something that the council is interested in?
Yeah, I am, and I see if you can just nod your head if you're interested. I know council member, yeah, I see at least 4 and maybe more. So I think that would be helpful to bring that back at another meeting.
We could certainly bring back some of those ideas, push them further. Some research, as Deputy City Manager Behrens mentioned, would have to be looked at, and we could bring back that research.
Okay, that's helpful.
Mayor?
So I had Councilmember Stokes next, and then we had Councilmember Robertson. Councilmember.
Yeah, I think this is, again, it's one of these things when we ask our people in the community about issues or read on Nextdoor or whatever, both of these issues are things that have really been talked about, and it was impressive to have the number of people coming down and talking. And if this had happened for some other things I could think about, everybody would be saying, hey, yeah, let's do this. Let's give 200 to 1,000 to do this or that, or check out a building or something like that. And I know that overall the concept is that this is a buy budget that is really looking at things that have changed or whatever, not a generally coming up with new proposals for funding. But it seems to me the budget is pretty big, And we've been talking about climate change. We've been way before actually this particular focus has come up. We've been talking about the trees and the tree interest, or the people being upset about the tree as being cut down. Again, on Nextdoor and other media is pretty high. There's a lot of concern going on, and we talk about being a city in a park. We love our trees. We love we want to do the climate. We want to have our be able to swim in the lake and all these things. And when a group comes forward and says, in a very, very modest amount of money compared to the millions of our budget, it seems to me, if we want to be responsive to our community and show that, and even in the issues or questions and comments about the neighborhood thing, there's this kind of theme of, is the city, is the council really listening to us? I think we could find anywhere from $100,000 to $200,000 to do this, to get started. And I think that would show something to our community, that we do respond to them. And it would actually take some significant action going forward on a very, 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 very important issue that we continually say we believe in, but I'd like to see us put, kind of a little more money where our mouth is in this, to just say it in a, street term. I think we can do it, and I think it would show a lot of, I think, commitment to the community to take a step in this. And I would certainly support that. I'm sure we can find it. We've done it in the past for all kinds of issues.
Yeah, I guess the unique thing is that we're coming off of a COVID budget, but I agree with you. Councilmember Robertson.
Thank you. Tony, can you remind me, please, how much money a 1% property tax increase raises?
Sure. To the general fund, it raises approximately $500,000, plus a little bit more goes to the CIP, so maybe $120,000-ish, give or take, for the fire levy and the transportation levy. So there's two pieces that go to the CIP, and there's about $500,000 that comes to the general fund.
That's higher than it used to be. It used to be $350. Okay. So what we're talking about is about a 1% property tax increase to pay ongoing staff costs. I looked up while Councilmember Zahn was talking about what we did in the budget. Last year was the budget. We adopted a 2-year budget, and we added $300,000 to it for the Environmental Stewardship Initiative, $100,000 each year for early wins and $50,000 each year for the enhanced stakeholder outreach. So I think that we've really shown that we value this. We've shown that we value this whole progress by funding the Environmental Stewardship Initiative, having it come back regularly, having metrics and tracking things, and really trying to make sure that we let people know the opportunities that they have for reducing their footprint in many, many ways, whether it's waste or carbon, et cetera. So, but this is a mid-buy budget. So this is, anything we do this year to increase is going to be that much bigger of a hole that we need to address next year. So my request for any council member that wants to add something to the budget is to find specifically where it's going to be funded, whether it's a new revenue source or whether it's a cut, because that's the only way we can have honesty in budgeting. Is if you're going to come up with something that you want to spend more money on, you got to find a way to pay for it. And I'm willing to look at cuts. I'm willing to look at sources. But if we're going to be looking at hiring employees, we should not use one-time money like ARPA, because that's an ongoing expense. And as we all know, it's very, except for certain departments where it's boom and bust cycles of employments like permit tax, the staff doesn't really get any smaller. I mean, we find ways to use people. We probably are, as big as we are, we're probably a little light staffed in many, many departments, particularly in planning right now. So if we're going to be looking at adding employees, we need to find a revenue source to pay for it or a cut to sustain it. So that's my request for any colleague that wants to bring forward a proposal. Secondly, on the tree protection, I think that definitely that should be something we add to our planning work plan. I don't know that we need to add something to the budget for it, because We could bring forward the planning work plan, and I've talked to staff. If we could bring that forward in January, we can look at what resources we have, what work we have, and council can decide how we want to prioritize things, how we want to spend things. If we need more money at that point, we can, especially if it's one-time money, we could potentially look at some of that ARPA money. But even if we wanted to say hire outside consultants for all of it, you still need internal staff to manage. And I don't know that we have the bandwidth to do that unless we look at the planning work plan and reprioritize it. And I'm absolutely willing to do that. I think we should look at the tree canopy issue as part of the planning work plan at the very start. First month of 2022, I would absolutely support doing that. So that's my comment on the budget. As it is right now, I feel like the document we have right now, we all talked about how wonderful the budget was last year. It's a moral document. It shows our values. It shows who we are. And it was uniform. I think we had a 7-0 vote on the budget. And now trying to change it, we just need to find ways to, what are you going to cut? Or what are you going to add? Or what revenue are you going to add to do it? Because that's where we're going to have a bigger hole. We're going to have a big hole next year to dig out of. I don't want to make it worse and overpromise something that we only have to come back around next year and cut because we're going to have reduced ability to pay for the things that this city values. And that runs the gamut from the environmental to the planning, to the parks, to recreation, to public safety, to roads. So we need to figure it out. And I just don't want to make that hole bigger on a technical mid-buy here. Thank you.
Okay, I'm writing down what you're saying. Yes, who else would like to have a comment? Is that Councilmember Barksdale? Go ahead.
Yeah, just wanted to note my support for the exploring the tree canopy issue, but also, I think if I heard Councilmember Zahn's ask, I think she's asking for figuring out where either those cuts or new sources could come from. I know she proposed a couple of ideas around, for example, development services fees, for example. I guess from a staffing perspective, one going through this myself at work, I mean, when you have limited staff that is working toward implementing a robust plan like we have in our environmental stewardship plan, staff can burn out. And I think, we really have to also think about the workload that Jennifer and I think it's Anna are taking on, and what that looks like over time. I mean, what we don't want is for them to leave out of burnout because they don't feel like they have the support financially. Thank you.
So here's what I have down, that we have some interest in reviewing the work plan, review the planning work plan in the first quarter of 2022 and consider prioritizing tree codes and asking staff to analyze cost of increased staff for the environmental stewardship program and where that money could come from. So that is, I think, the foundation of what we're asking. If you have something else you would like to add to that or a comment on that, go ahead, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I strongly support what we've heard from the people. I think we've got the sense of that for quite a while. We've heard from the community, we heard from the young people, and we realize, the climate change is real. What's happening the last few years? I mean, we're seeing the global response and reaction. I mean, it's inevitable from the growth we're looking at, economically and otherwise, the demand we have on ourselves, on goods and services. So it's inevitable. So I think really this is something that we need to pay attention to. In the past, there's some skepticism, well, it's not going to happen in 1,000 years, so maybe it doesn't affect us. But I think we need to look long term, and who knows when. But it's responsible for us. So I really sympathize. I believe, I strongly support that. The question is, I think Councilman Robertson said it all. For me, it's when and how do we make it happen for what we think is important. And people who talk tonight, they ask us, what is the priority? I think that's what the council is always facing. every day, every time we look at something, especially during budget time, we're looking at priorities. So let's be honest with ourselves and let's face the reality, the facts. And, last week, Tony Call, director of budget, mentioned we're doing a mid-buy. The two things we can do. One is, three things. Status quo. We have a good budget. We are basically moving forward based on all the priority we set, a year ago. So if we move on the same pace, same, then we just move forward. But if we want to make changes in priority, as we are asked to do, and I believe personally, yes, it's very appealing, compelling that, perhaps I personally want to make some changes. But it's something I cannot make changes unless we take the other two alternatives, add money or cut programs or shift priorities. Shifting priority means we have to take something off something we are committed to do. And that's the task facing us. And we haven't done that yet. And if we decide we want to do that, we got to go through that process. Okay, some may be easy, some may be hard. I've always voted against the property tax increase, the 1%, because I said, prove to me, what are you buying for this money we are collecting from the public? All right, if I have something I want to buy, for example, environmental initiatives, I'd be more than willing to approve that because it's a commitment. We're going to get some revenue. We agree to do. Or if we don't want to collect anymore, then what do we cut? I haven't heard anything. Okay, we need to be thinking about that. We need to be looking at what are we going to cut. So I would like to have that answer. The council need to discuss that. And I personally am willing to put money into this, but I want to know where to cut or where to raise the money. That's my question.
Thank you.
Thank
so
you.
Very similar to what Councilmember Robertson said, but what you added is that you also want to look at all the environmental stewardship program priorities. And we can do that in the first quarter of 2022. So that would be my ask of staff. I see Deputy Mayor has his hand up as well. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. First I want to circle back to Tony and Evan again on doing the great work on the budget. It's great work and needs to be said. In terms of the topic at hand here, and I'm all for looking at the tree protection code. I think that's something that is obviously of concern and of importance to our community. And I thank all, was it 14, 15 people this evening that spoke. But I have some of the similar concerns as Councilmember Robertson and Councilmember Fiscal Hawk, Conrad Lee. I'd be for carving off, if possible, if we cut something, or if we're able to find, as Councilmember Stokes said, $100 grand, perhaps to hire a consultant to look at the tree protection code, similar to what, as was mentioned at the city of Redmond or the city of Kirkland or another city that made sense. That's fine. But unless we have like that renewable revenue source to actually hire staff full time and not just a one-time expenditure, I'd have bigger concerns about it. Plus, I want to bring up the fact that this enhanced stakeholder group, which I brought that forward, and I'm so grateful that my colleagues saw fit to approve that. That was also intended to help Jennifer and the team to help implement the environmental stewardship program. So if that 50 grand is not going towards that program, or it's not being an effective use of that money, or we need to change that program up, I'd be open to having that conversation as well. But again, part of the goal of that was to get experts on board, experts that we have in our community, like the people for climate action, to help with the implementation, to help getting the word out, to help with programs. So I'd like to make sure that we're fully using that program as well. Now, again, I understand Jennifer Ewing does a fantastic job, but she's one person, and maybe long term we'd like to look at that. But you know what seared in my mind is the graph that Tony has showed us time and time again, where we have expenditures going like this and revenue starting to dip like that. So I think we need to keep that top of mind going forward. But again, I'm very concerned about our environment, very concerned about our tree canopy. And again, if we can carve off a little bit, just to get it going at least, hire a consultant at a minimum price or around 100K just to get that analysis done, get it into our code, I'd be very much forward of that moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to reiterate kind of the ask outside of whether or not we pass this budget proposal is to review planning the work plan in the first quarter 2022 and consider prioritizing tree codes and review our other ESP priorities, and ask staff to analyze the cost of increased staff for ESP and where that money could come from. And you just heard Deputy Mayor say that he would be willing for you to look at that $50,000 a year item. So is that consistent with what every council would like staff to bring back next year? I'm seeing some head nods there. Okay, so the question at hand now is whether or not we are going to give direction to bring back the biennium budget, which includes a previously determined property tax increase that our council already voted for, just for full transparency. Tony, why don't you describe that for us, just to refresh everybody?
Certainly. The 21-22 council adopted budget included a 1% statutorily available property tax adjustment, both in 2021 and 2022. Each year, property tax needs to be set by the council. And so the property tax in the mid-biennium includes that 1% property tax adjustment. It equates to about $9 for a $1 million home. Again, council can only increase the property tax for the sliver that is the city of Bellevue. So is that, Mayor, is that?
Yep, that's perfect. So is there a motion, Deputy Mayor?
Certainly, I move to direct staff to finalize the necessary legislation to adopt the full mid-buy budget and present it to council for consideration and action at a future meeting.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, terrific. So
can I ask a question?
Sure.
So I know we have to adopt the tax levy next week. Will we be voting on this next week? I mean, it's fine with me if we do, or are they going to be split?
I think they're together, but Mr. Miyake, can you answer that question?
Yeah, I think what we would propose, and correct me if I'm wrong, Director Tony Call, is that we bring them together next week.
Great, that sounds great. I just wanted to clarify. Thanks.
Okay, so it's 7. Okay, hold on. 7:48. We're going to take a break. We'll come back at 8, but we'll, if you want to ask a quick question, go ahead.
A quick question. Thank you. Are we going to have two separate motions on the property tax and a separate motion on the tax on the budget? I always have a question regarding property tax, and my question is still, what we're getting for this 1%, and what can we cut not to raise 1%? I still haven't got my answer. So if we're going to have a specific, like this environmental stewardship, if we can do that, I'll be happy to support it. But if we cannot, maybe I won't. So that's a separate question.
Okay.
In terms of procedure.
Yeah.
I don't need to vote now, but I will
do them
together.
And if you have questions that you need answered from staff, I encourage you to ask them between now and next week when they come back together as one motion. Okay, we're going to take a break. I'll see you at, what did I say?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. Okay. Okay. I think we have enough of us back. Okay, so we have 2 study session items. Mr. Miyake, would you like to introduce the first one?
Yes, sure, Mayor Robinson and council members. The first topic out of 2 on your study session agenda this evening is a proposed affordable housing land use code amendment. And just by way of background, tonight's proposed land use code amendment is in response to the council adopted C1 affordable housing strategy. Specifically, the C1 strategy proposes code amendments that will establish a density bonus and additional modifications to other standards and requirements in the land use code for affordable housing developments on certain public, nonprofit, or religious organization-owned properties. Tonight, staff is seeking council direction on the preparation of an ordinance at a future council meeting for adoption. Joining us this evening are Mike Brennan, Director, Trisna Tanis, Consulting Attorney, and Christina Gallant, Senior Planner, all three from the Development Service Department. They also are joined by Chair Malakushian of the Planning Commission. With that, I will turn it over to you, Mike, to kick off the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Miyake. Good evening, Mayor Robinson, Deputy Mayor Newhouse, and council members. As Mr. Miyake mentioned, this is a proposed land use code amendment that would establish a 50% density bonus for residential properties owned by nonprofit or religious organizations. As you heard from speakers this evening, it's really the first part of a two-step process that we're going through to fully implement the C1 action from the council's 2017 affordable housing strategy. And we'll describe that process a bit later in the presentation this evening. So I'll hand it over to Trisna Tanis, who will continue with the staff presentation and get into the details of the proposal. Trisna.
Great. Thank you, Mike. Good evening, Mayor Robinson, Deputy Mayor Newhouse, and council members. For direction tonight, we are asking council to direct staff to prepare this LUCA ordinance for final action at a future meeting. Next slide, please. For our agenda, we will be giving a brief recall of the objectives of this proposed LUCA, including how this LUCA fits in the overall work plan, past and future work for action C1, as Mike just mentioned. This action C1 calls for increasing affordable housing development on certain eligible properties. We do have Planning Commission Chair Malakushian here. Thank you, Chair, for being with us this evening, and we will turn to the Chair to present the Planning Commission recommendation here shortly. We will be going through the components of the proposed LUCA after the Chair speaks, and then end with a recap of the public engagement and overall process for this LUCA. Next slide, please. There are three objectives for this LUCA. The first objective is to achieve consistency with RCW 35A 63300. This is a new section in the RCW enacted in 2019. This RCW provides that cities like Bellevue must give a density bonus for affordable housing development. This bonus must be available to any property in single-family or multifamily districts when that property is owned or controlled by a religious organization. The affordable housing must be affordable for at least 50 years, and the affordability level must be at or below 80% area median income or AMI. Currently, the land use code only offers a density bonus for up to 15% to encourage construction of affordable housing, and this is only for new multifamily residential development, and there's no bonus offered in single-family districts. As you'll hear more about this later in our presentation, this proposed LUCA provides for a greater and more expansive bonus in all districts, except in the city's growth areas, and then does meet this requirement of the RCW. So next slide, please. To explain the other objectives in more detail, I'm now going to turn the presentation over to Emil King, Assistant Director with the Community Development Department. Emil?
Thank you, Trisna. I'd like to take a moment to highlight the importance of this work being discussed tonight in context of the city's affordable housing strategy that council adopted in 2017. Staff has been hard at work over the past 4 years to move forward with the implementation of a range of actions in the strategy with positive results. Of the 21 actions in the strategy, one of them focuses specifically on increasing development potential on suitable lands owned by public agencies, faith-based owners, or nonprofits. It's under the grouping of actions to create new affordable housing. This action was anticipated in the 2017 strategy to produce a range of 200 to 1,000 affordable units. As with other actions, staff will track the productivity of this action as we report back to council on progress. Next slide, please. The city's comprehensive plan provides a good policy backing for our work on C1 that you'll be hearing about tonight. In December 2020, following review and recommendation by the city's planning commission, council adopted new policies that provided specific direction for C1. These policies outline the work to implement a new bonus and incentive program for qualifying properties, which are located throughout the city in a variety of zoning districts. Specific discussion in the comprehensive plan includes direction to respond to the different conditions of multifamily and single family land use districts. As well, the comprehensive plan goes on to discuss creating flexibility in development standards needed to achieve the affordable housing. Next slide, please. I'd like to review the timeline for our work on C1. Council began discussion of C1 concepts back in 2018. Shortly thereafter, new state regulations, as Trisna described, were enacted in 2019 to allow for additional density on faith-based properties specifically. The light blue boxes show the span of our current effort with the Council, Planning Commission, and stakeholders. Based on the council direction, staff worked with the Planning Commission in 2020 to add the new policies that I just described to you. In 2020, outreach also began on the C1 land use code, as well as the Planning Commission's work on code provisions for the density bonus in 2021. The orange box indicates the phase 2 work that Mr. Brennan alluded to on C1. In early 2022, staff would like to return to council to initiate work on potential map amendments to a subset of the public, nonprofit, and faith-based properties in the city. This would have the effect of changing their underlying comp plan designation and ultimately their zoning. During the analysis of the density bonus, there were qualifying properties with good transit service and accessibility, or that may have been historically underzoned that do warrant consideration for affordable housing beyond the density bonus that you're going to be hearing about tonight, but do require additional review. We're not seeking direction tonight on the potential map amendments, but wanted to note what is planned for discussion in early 2022. I'd like to now hand things over to Planning Commission Chair Malakushian to review the Commission's recommendation on the density bonus.
Thank you so much. Good evening. The Planning Commission reviewed this LUCA in 3 study sessions on April 14th, May 12th, and June 23rd, as well as the public hearing on September 22nd before making this recommendation. We heard many comments from community members and interested parties. Some commenters expressed concerns that the 50% bonus would not be sufficient to make affordable housing projects feasible in lower density land use districts. They suggested that the density bonus should be large enough to replace the need for a comprehensive plan amendment and rezone for affordable housing developments. The Planning Commission shared the same concerns that the 50% bonus was not bold enough. While the Planning Commission heard that this LUCA does not preclude future actions to increase density, the Commission was particularly interested in a permitting path for bold density increase for eligible faith-owned properties currently located in single-family land use districts, but with characteristics that could support greater densities such as access to transit and nearness to existing higher density development. During the final study session, the staff presented a super bonus option, which could potentially offer larger bonus for certain properties through a conditional use permit process. While the intent of the super bonus was consistent with what we asked and what our goals are, the Planning Commission nonetheless determined that the time-consuming and uncertain conditional use permit process would present an excessive barrier to development. After all of our discussion, we found that the LUCA does not meet the decision criteria for Land Use Code 2030J135 because it is not consistent with the comprehensive plan and is contrary to the best interests of the citizens and property owners of the city of Bellevue. The Planning Commission recommended by a vote of 5-1 that the City Council not adopt the Affordable Housing Density Bonus LUCA. This recommendation is included in the Planning Commission resolution as attachment A for your packet. This concludes my presentation, and I hand back to Christina to finish us.
Thank you, Chair Malakuchian. Before jumping into the content of the LUCA, and next slide, please. We did want to begin by acknowledging that this is an unusual situation, that the council and staff have arrived at different interpretations of the decision criteria in this case. And we wanted to begin with some context as to why staff do still recommend this LUCA. Throughout this process, we benefited from really robust engagement with the Planning Commission and stakeholders who shared some important, well-thought concerns, really illustrating the practical limits associated with this specific land use tool. And in order to fully address those concerns, we do believe a second phase of work focused on a selective map amendment is warranted. However, we do still see an important role for this LUCA, first in providing a baseline density increase, which could be available for any eligible project, fulfilling that state law. We do see it as providing significant uplift to properties that are already zoned for multifamily. Finally, we still would be providing a bonus for those single family properties that lack characteristics that could support an upzone well. So phase 2, we then have this specific opportunity to focus solely on those properties with untapped potential, and then move forward with this LUCA as complementary to support future changes. Next slide. But now onto the LUCA itself. Our first topic for tonight are the eligibility criteria. Projects would have to include all housing units must be affordable housing, permanently affordable at 80% AMI or below. Eligibility varies by land use district. For single family, the land must be owned by a religious organization. In multifamily districts, that expands to include religious organizations, nonprofits, or public agencies. It's not available at downtown, Eastgate, or Belred, as we do have significant affordable housing density incentives tailored to those districts. Staff did an analysis earlier this year to identify eligible properties. At that time, we found 111 parcels. The largest number in R5 districts, which helps to show why we had a lot of emphasis on those single family opportunities through this process, but we did have a number in multifamily and mixed use districts as well. Next slide. Next topic is the density bonus itself. And the scope for this project was to develop a by right density bonus. And what that means is that we develop some objective criteria to establish in the code. And in that case, projects that meet those criteria are eligible for the bonus without adding any added process. In this case, however, because we're not adding any process, the underlying land use designation remains. And so there's a tension between we need to offer a meaningful density bonus, but at the same time, we're offering essentially more of the same type of development that is foreseen for that land use district. And so the guidance staff received was that while this isn't a precise bright line, about 50% was the maximum density bonus we could apply without running into issues with the underlying comprehensive plan in Bellevue's case. So here we have a chart showing our residential land use districts. Our single family districts are those between R1 and R7.5. In these cases, currently multifamily housing is not permitted except through a PUD. Multifamily districts are the R10 through R30. So with the 50% bonus, you can see getting up to potentially 45 units per acre in our R30 district, while in the single family lower density districts, the increase is more modest relative to the lower density zoning. Next slide. So a couple slides here quickly just to show a comparison of what this can look like. These are not proposed projects. This is just to show basically the difference in bulk. So here we have an R5 land use district on the left, would show what's possible under the current zoning. And on the right here, you can see the 50% bonus applied. So as you can see, we're seeing more units, smaller units, but fundamentally it's at the same scale as the surrounding neighborhood. Next slide. And this is an R30 example. So again, we have a theoretical 2-acre site. On the left, we see the base zoning. On the right, you can see that 50% bonus applied. Again, the scale is still pretty comparable. Next slide. So staff did analyze the number of units that could be possible on those sites that we'd identified and modeled what would happen at full build out where you're building out to the maximum with this bonus applied. This is an unlikely scenario as we expect only a subset of these properties are going to be interested in taking advantage of the bonus and may not go to the full maximum. But as we can see here, there's a substantial uplift for those properties in the multifamily districts, while it's more modest in the single family and non-residential districts. Next slide. So a couple remaining topics that I'll touch on briefly in the interest of time. The third topic are the dimensional standard modifications. We have proposed some scaled flexibility for lot area and surface coverage in order to make sure those additional units can be physically accommodated. We have proposed an additional story in height for multifamily districts, as well as some flexibility on compact and tandem parking. Fourth topic, procedures and attached housing units. Again, there's no additional review beyond the underlying requirements. We have proposed duplexes and triplexes can represent up to half of the units in single family subdivisions. This wouldn't change the overall number of units possible, just making sure some of them could be attached. And finally, we made sure that the unit lot subdivision process can be applied for affordable home ownership. Fifth topic are cleanups. These aren't required for the LUCA itself, but we noticed that there are some slight inconsistencies in the way we refer to affordable housing throughout the code that we wanted to clean up and make more consistent. Next slide. So we had quite a bit of a public engagement throughout this process through 3 modes. First, the standard process for requirements, noticing EBCC courtesy public hearing and a public hearing of the Planning Commission. We did some direct engagement and feedback through focus groups, meetings, other conversations with representatives of the faith community, nonprofit housing providers, and members of the public. Finally, an online presence through Engaging Bellevue Project webpage. Next slide. So a reminder of our process, we've had 3 study sessions with the Commission through the spring and summer, courtesy hearing with the EBCC in September, as well as the Planning Commission public hearing, which brings us today. This was the one study session we had planned with the City Council, where we'll be requesting to move forward to action, followed by a public hearing and approval disapproval decision with the EBCC. With that, I will pass it to Mike for more detail on our next steps.
Thank you, Christina. Next slide, please. Thank you. So as you heard, Council, that this is the first step in really a 2-step process. This step really sets the foundation with that 50% density bonus that is applied to all of the residential properties that are owned by a faith-based community or nonprofits for the benefit of constructing affordable housing. So again, this foundation piece really is important to put in place to provide the added benefit that comes with the next piece of work, which is really looking at those properties with a map amendment that are really appropriate to take additional density because of their location along arterials and frequent transit. So we will be doing some of that pre-work now as we approach the end of the year in thinking through that phase 2 work and bringing that forward with the discussion with Council on the kind of the right next work related to your affordable housing strategy, so that you can look at that in array with the rest of the work. Again, we have momentum behind this particular piece of work, and that second phase is responsive to the discussion that we had with the Planning Commission about being more bold. This approach is more bold, but in a much more deliberate way in targeting specific properties where it really makes sense. So with that, next slide, please. We are asking this evening for the Council to provide staff direction to bring back a final ordinance at a future meeting that essentially sets this foundation in place to allow for work on the next phase of the work. So with that, we hand it back to the Mayor for any questions or comments.
Thank you very much. And Chair Malkuchian, thank you so much for being with us
My pleasure.
All the work that you have done. I'm going to ask Councilmember Barksdale to start us off since he is the liaison to the Planning Commission. Councilmember Barksdale.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Also want to thank Chair Malakuchin and the Planning Commission for the thoughtful discussion. So I agree with the decision to move forward with the LUCA. I do want to note that one of the main reasons for the Planning Commission also not voting to not proceed with the LUCA is because they didn't want us to check the box, if you will, and think that we're done. And so I just want to also encourage that we, I know staff mentioned that they're doing the pre-work, but I would love to also just go ahead and provide that direction for the 2022 work plan for the map amendment so that they have that clarity as they're doing that work. And I think similar to the discussions that we had around the MFTE program, I mean, we want to make sure that we're providing enough incentives for the developers, in this case, affordable housing developers to and nonprofit, the faith institutions to build the affordable housing that's needed at the lower level. So below the 80% on the MFTE was focused on the higher levels of AMI. So I think if we're using, if we draw the parallel there, I think it's just as important to make sure that they have the necessary incentives to build the affordable housing that we need at the lower level of AMI.
Okay, so thank you for that. So I will say that what's on the table right now is a direction for staff to bring back the ordinances drafted for final action, and then at a future meeting, and to direct staff to also bring back a map amendment to increase density. And I'm going to say to focus on increasing density in multifamily and multi-use areas, as well as underzone and along the TOD. And as Councilmember Barksdale added, looking at the incentives for deeper affordability. So if council has something very different from that, please bring it up. But if this sounds similar to your direction, please let us know. Okay, so Councilmember Stokes, what say you?
I'm fine with it. I think it's really moves us forward. I'm very excited about it. I did have a question. What effect would having this reviewed by EBC have? I mean, is it just perfunctory, or what can they do? What can it do?
Trisna, would you like to respond to the next step in the process with EBCC?
Yep, sure. Councilmember Stokes, if the EBCC does have the ability to vote this down, our next step, assuming that council does adopt this ordinance, we would be bringing the ordinance to the EBCC for a public hearing. And then at that point, they have the discretion to approve or disapprove that ordinance.
Okay. And that's built into the legislation, right?
That is part of the land use code process requirements.
Yeah, okay, just want to make it clear. I think it's great, and I appreciate the Planning Commission's work on this, and I'm looking forward to this really adding to our chances for getting a lot more affordable housing. Thank you.
Councilmember Robertson.
Thanks. So yeah, I appreciate this work. Mike or Trisna, the 50% bonus, is that strictly right in line with the state law on the legislation that said we need to bonus religious institutions for affordable housing?
So the RCW doesn't specify the amount of bonus. It does say that cities are required to provide a density bonus consistent with local needs. So there is a bit of, I guess, discretion on the part of the city to understand what the local needs are and then to adopt a density bonus accordingly.
Okay. Did we look at the local needs? Because that would be one reason that EBCC, if it's strictly in line with the state law and this is our local needs, that they would have a harder time rejecting. I don't want to see them. If anyone on EBCC is on the call, don't reject this. Have we looked at that?
So our work in looking at the local needs kind of question is really to look at it comprehensively, not just the local needs for affordable housing, but the local needs overall in terms of neighborhood priorities and compatibility and other kind of interests that the city has indicated that they would want. So it is more of a, I guess our look was more comprehensive than just the specific to affordable housing need.
Okay, we might want to see if we can back into some of that data as part of the presentation to EBCC. Secondly, so I support bringing this forward. I support looking next year at the map. I'd like to see how this all lays out in the planning work plan, because so we can figure out how we can get as much done next year as possible. I'd also like, and Chair Malakushin, feel free to weigh in on this next suggestion. I'd like to also see if we have staff and commission resources to increase their rate of getting things done as far as adding more meetings. I know back when I was on the planning commission, we sometimes, in fact, there was a couple of years where we met almost 4 times a month when we were doing just so much work. I think we really need to ramp up if we have the staff willingness to support it and commissioners who can come most of the time anyway. So I'd like to see how that question to come forward with the work plan, because I'd like to see if we can get more stuff done next year, in the next couple of years. Secondly, on the screening of the properties, I absolutely think we should look at proximity to high capacity transit, major arterials, whether the properties are surrounded by nearby either multifamily or commercial zoned. I think that's something that needs to be part of the screening mechanism. Finally, I'd like us to consider what some cities have done if we are going to do a super bonus for these properties. Some cities have required every unit built at some of these properties to be at the 80% AMI or below. So rather than just a certain percentage. So I'd like to see if we can do that. And then I agree about looking for incentives for deeper affordability. So I'll stop there. I know we've got still a lot on our agenda. Thanks for bringing this forward. And thank you, Chair Malakushin. If you want to weigh in on can the Planning Commission up their game to 3 meetings a month, please feel free.
Yeah,
I did it when I was pregnant and nursing. So
I think for the greater good, we should support whatever that city council needs, but that's just me. I'm sure my fellow commissioner needs to have weighing in that, but yeah, why not?
Thank you. It's really important work you guys are doing, and I remember doing it, and it's hard, but I think that we need to try to get more work through, and it just takes time. Thanks.
Appreciate that. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I heard challenge accepted there. So thanks for bringing that forward, Councilmember Robertson, and Chair Malakushin and the Planning Commission. Thanks for all your hard work on this. I too support looking at the map that Councilmember Barksdale suggested, as well as some of the criteria there for the screening mechanisms. I think that's a good process to look at, as well as what other cities are doing. Following back on the EBCC question, Trisna, can you remind me how many faith-based lots fall within the EBCC area? And then also, if I recall correctly, there was a courtesy hearing already with the EBCC. Can you just remind myself and the rest of my colleagues some of the feedback you received from some of the council members?
Absolutely. And I am actually going to turn this over to Christina, who has a much better handle on the parcels in the EBCC area.
Thank you, Trisna. And I'll have to vamp a bit while my computer hopefully catches up with the plan. But if memory serves, I believe it was about 20% of the parcels, but we can, of course, provide that firm number next time.
Okay, 20%.
Yeah.
And mainly then that falls in the single family, right?
That's a good question. I don't recall if we had, I think there may be some in other districts, but we can confirm that.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of feedback on the courtesy hearing?
Oh.
Christina, do you want to take that? You were at the courtesy hearing.
Sure. Well, at that time, the proposal did include the super bonus, and the commissioners did share concerns kind of with the potential for not being totally certain about which parcels would take advantage of the super bonus and what that would entail in terms of a maximum density. So looking for some more predictability there. They also shared some concerns with a perception of avoiding concentrations of affordable housing within their jurisdiction and impacts to surrounding neighborhoods.
Yeah, I think that is a concern that even I hear quite often in the Lake Hills, Crossroads area. But I think we can get more into that topic as we're dealing with super density or super bonus as we look at the maps, et cetera, at a later point. But happy to move this forward at this point. So thank you, Christina and Trisna.
Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, thanks to Planning Commission and Commissioner Matushian. I think that we all agree, I do, we need more housing, yeah. And this applies to both affordable housing and also regular housing as well, right? I assume. I think
No, it does not.
No?
The C1 does not apply to regular, does not apply to market rate housing.
But when we are looking at the map in the future, are we going to still limit it only affordable housing?
Trisna, does staff want to explain this, please?
Sure. The current proposed LUCA is only for affordable housing development. It has to be completely all affordable housing at that 80% or lower AMI. The map amendments that we are kind of contemplating, and those are properties that are religious owned nonprofits. We're looking at whether or not to include everything, including nonprofits and city-owned properties, or just narrow that. So at this point, this is kind of some of the pre-work that we're looking at in terms of kind of evaluating the various different properties that may be eligible for this kind of the CPA and rezone. Our thinking is that they would also be affordable housing developments, or similar. Action C1 really calls for affordable housing development on religious-owned properties and nonprofits, and increasing that the number for affordable units. So that's our current thinking at this point. Obviously, we'll be bringing this forward for council's kind of consideration and direction.
Is what the commission is planning commissions also thinking that way, or would the chair want to address? Is it potentially could be extended to all housing types?
The planning commissioner will do whatever city council asks us to do. And we were under impression that this LUCA is on affordable housing and the mapping would follow that. But again, planning commissioner here is to serve the city of the Bellevue under the direction of city council.
Okay, well, as I mentioned, I think this seems to me has a potential. It just provides flexibility. If you're supposed to work for affordable housing, why can't it be, acceptable for regular? Yeah. So the reason I'm asking is because the East Bellevue, Community Council, they are also looking at this strictly from affordable housing perspective, right? Yeah.
Let me just stop you for a second, because you're asking to change directions on this, and I don't know that you have
I would just ask for clarification. Sorry. Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't know if there's a consensus to want to entertain market value, increased density for market.
I'm just curious about East Bellevue Community Council. Are they looking strictly also for affordable housing? They are.
They are.
No?
The whole
Okay.
Take a different direction to make it otherwise. So are you comfortable leaving it at affordable housing, or do you want to ask council if they're interested in entertaining market?
Eventually, but this seems to be an opportunity to to continue to look into the other part of it. Anyway, so at this moment, we probably don't have time to do that. So I will rest with.
We have the interest either, to be honest with you, and I'd be willing to get an assessment from the group if you're interested.
I'll be happy to have you indulge me.
Okay. If you're interested in considering looking at market rate, increasing density market rate housing, please raise your hand. Okay, is that 2? All right, and I'm going to assume that the rest are not, so I will let that drop off. Councilmember Zahn.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair Malakuchin and the Planning Commission. I know how much work this has been to get to this point, and I appreciate the fact that you've stressed the importance of the fact that this has not been a simple recommendation for us. So I really appreciate that. I support what my colleagues have shared, which is to pass the by right 50% density bonus right now, and also to direct staff to start on the map amendment. I think it is very, very crucial that we work on that. I did have a couple of questions though, to make sure I completely understand. So in the table where we talk about having this density bonus, it looks like the increase over the base zoning would potentially result in 2,000 more units. Is that assuming no super bonus? So the 2,000 would be looking at the 50% density only. And then with the super bonus, potentially we'd get more units in these different zones. Is that correct?
Christina, do you want to answer the Councilmember Zahn's question?
Yes, that's correct. That the slide with the chart only showed the increase associated with the by right bonus. So the phase 2 would really focus on maximizing the potential in especially some of the lower zone districts.
Okay, and then it also said that of the 111 parcels, there's only 24 that don't already have some type of existing housing. So I didn't realize that. So we actually are going to be potentially taking existing housing and upzoning or creating more units within, which means that when we look at that, we're gaining some, but then we're not actually preserving existing because some of it's actually going to be converted to duplexes or triplexes. And then do you have a sense for how many parcels would be eligible for this target rezone super bonus of the 111? I'm just curious about what the potential is as we look at the super bonus.
Thank you. Those are great questions. So starting with some of the questions about the parcels that have existing housing, that's a good catch. And I think it's important to note that with this density bonus, it's an option that would be available if those property owners chose to move forward with a redevelopment, whether partial or complete. So it's not mandatory for those properties to redevelop or take advantage. So there could be some potential for redevelopment, but maybe not. In many cases, a lot of the properties with housing are properties owned by affordable housing providers already, who may be reinvesting and expanding. It really depends. There's a lot of uncertainty with which properties would move forward. And then on the super bonus, a lot of our work so far is still in kind of narrowing down those criteria. During the LUCA process, we looked at a lot of the properties that would have potentially been eligible under our criteria at that time. It was around maybe a couple dozen or so, or a dozen or so, really. But we do need more work to, narrow down what the proposal would be for this phase 2. So I don't think we're quite yet at a position to confirm how many, but that's the focus of our next work.
Okay, thank you very much.
So I'm going to look for a motion, and then there's 2 requests in addition. The requests are, can the Planning Commission meet more frequently, and also another review of the planning work plan. But I'm going to look for a motion that would direct staff to bring back the ordinances drafted for final action at a future meeting, and direct staff to bring back a map amendment to increase density in multifamily and multi-use areas, under zoned areas, along TOD and high frequency transit, and to look at incentives for deeper affordability.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, great, that passes. So I'm going to give us a quick break here before we launch into the next one. It is 8:40. I will see you at 8:50. Okay, welcome back, everybody. We have our last study session item, and then we have a ordinance after this. But let's go ahead and Mr. Miyake, could you introduce the second study session item, please?
Sure, Mayor Robinson, council members. The last item on your study session agenda this evening is the council's continued discussion on the East Main Land Use Code Amendment. Just by way of background, tonight is the 7th, I believe, in a series of study sessions for council to consider the remaining topics for the draft East Main LUCA. Tonight, staff will present information on topics related to building height, minimum housing, affordable housing fee in lieu, floor plate sizes, and exceptions for expansive existing uses. And tonight we are seeking council direction on each one of these topical areas. Joining us this evening are Mike Brennan, Director, Trisna Tanis, Consulting Attorney, Nick Whipple, Code and Policy Planning Manager, all three from the Development Services Department. They are joined by Matt Cummins, Director, and Emil King, Assistant Director of the Community Development Department. With that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mike to kick the presentation off. Mike?
Thank you, Ms. Miyake. Good evening again, Mayor Robinson, Deputy Mayor Neuenhausen, and City Council members. The last time we were before Council with the East Main Land Use Code Amendment was on October 18th. We did receive direction on certain topic areas. We are bringing forward additional topics, the final list of topics that the Council identified for additional discussion and direction at previous meetings. Next slide, please. So this evening, we are looking for direction on these topics to incorporate the recommendations into the final Land Use Code Amendment. And following that, looking for direction from the Council to prepare the final ordinance for future adoption. As you'll remember, we've shown a timeline that attempts to complete this work before the end of the year. Pretty tight schedule. We are seeking your assistance and support to make that happen. But again, it is at your discretion on the pace at which you want to complete the final deliberation, your final deliberations and direction. Next slide, please. So as Mr. Miyake mentioned, we are going to be walking through very quickly the timeline that we have progressed along with respect to this Land Use Code Amendment. The sequence of review and the topic areas that have been discussed previously and those that are listed this evening, height and housing, minimum housing requirements, a fee in lieu option as part of the amenities system, a floor plate, maximum floor plate sizes, and then exceptions for existing uses and specifically around the Bellevue Club, which the Council has weighed in on previously. So at this point in the presentation, I'm going to hand it to Trisna Tanis, who will progress through some additional background information on the request for this evening. Thank you. Trisna.
Thank you, Mike. Good evening again, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. This slide shows the timeline that Mike just spoke of earlier and the progression of the East Main LUCA in the past few months. There were several study sessions earlier this year and last year before Council held the public hearing on this LUCA on July 26th. The public hearing was on the draft LUCA that was completed and made available to stakeholders at the end of last year or December of 2020. And after holding this public hearing, Council can, of course, take final action at any point. However, Council did want to explore a number of topics raised by stakeholders in response to their review of the December 2020 draft LUCA. This timeline does show a possible adoption in December, as Mike mentioned, if and should Council make decisions for the remaining topics and direct staff to prepare the LUCA ordinance for final action. Next slide, please. As Council has heard before, staff has worked with our stakeholders throughout this process, including in earlier months this year. The stakeholder requests primarily from Wig Properties and Bellevue Athletic Club from April 28th, May 7th, and June 25th were all captured in the table published for study session number 3 on June 26th, as well as the public hearing on July 28th, along with staff's recommendations and brief explanations of these requests. For reference, we have included this table in your packet as attachment C. Council has also expressed an interest in moving this LUCA forward as quickly and efficiently as possible. We have sequenced Council's review of the list of topics to achieve this goal, and have documented Council's direction and decisions as we move through the various topics. These are all in attachment B of your packet. Also in attachment B are updated stakeholder requests, as these requests have evolved over the past several months, primarily from the Wig properties as they develop their thinking and ideas for their future development. We have not, though, included any revised or new requests from the Wig properties that were in their letter submitted to Council yesterday afternoon. We have also not reviewed in any great detail and would not be able to provide any response to the list of requested changes from EHR or the East Side Housing Roundtable that was just submitted to Council earlier today, or the letter submitted by the Bellevue Athletic Club and that came in this afternoon. However, to explain the color coding in attachment B, if Council has perused through there, where Council has expressed certain interests, such as regarding height and minimum housing, and has already been introduced to these topics are shown in yellow, so we're just looking for confirmation on them. When items that Council is considering for the first time, they're shown in orange, and where Council has made decisions, including those for FAR amenity options and the development agreement path, which were made at the last study session on October 18th, they have been highlighted in green as Council has already made those decisions. For tonight's study session, the topics presented for Council decisions are maximum height, minimum housing, affordable housing fee in lieu, floor plate sizes, and exceptions for the Bellevue Athletic Club. If Council does provide a decision on these items, staff will incorporate these changes to the draft LUCA and into the LUCA ordinance for final action. Next slide, please. As I noted earlier, one of the decisions Council made on October 18th is to allow departures from the East Main Land Use Code through a development agreement or DA. We wanted to give this brief summary of this Council decision to include a broad use of DAs. This broad use of DAs will actually accomplish in-time flexibility for all project-specific needs. And in terms of efficiency of processing this LUCA, staff is suggesting that the remaining requests from stakeholders can really be properly and fully considered and decided upon by Council through a DA. In exchange for this broad flexibility, the project would have to deliver more affordable housing and other public benefits than otherwise would have been achieved with the strict application of the code. Again, per Council's decision, a DA can be used to depart from any provision in the Land Use Code for East Main, but we will be confirming tonight whether there is an upper limit with the use of a DA for height and FAR, which we'll cover later in this presentation. A proposal for DA will be reviewed for and alongside a development proposal, either a master development plan or MDP or an administrative design review or ADR. This means that the developer will be pretty far along in designing their development and have a good sense of what departures they will need. And at the same time, as Council is reviewing this departure request, Council will also have a good sense of the development that's being proposed, the context that the proposal is coming in under, and the exchange of additional affordable housing and other public benefits. There is a public hearing with each DA, as well as each DA has to go through environmental review. And last but not least, the DA is ultimately a Council decision. Next slide, please. Before we go into the topics themselves, we want to just do a brief recall of the city's growth targets to help Council's consideration of the minimum housing and affordable housing topics. These new growth targets are for the next 25 years or until 2044. This planning period includes 70,000 new jobs or a target of 153,000 jobs. And to balance and support this number of jobs, the target is for an additional 35,000 new housing units to a total of 64,000 units, with 1,200 to 1,500 of these new housing units located in East Main. These units are critical in balancing out the current housing deficit and housing affordability need in Bellevue. Next slide, please. We have a list of topics for council discussion and deliberation tonight, and we've taken the liberty of outlining this list in this slide. But we want to note that this handful of topics is what it remains outstanding out of a lengthy and comprehensive draft East Main Land Use Code, and is the result of continuing engagement with our stakeholders, especially the big properties and Bellevue Athletic Club. We are appreciative of their time and effort in spending hours and working with us on this LUCA. And of course, this is through the effort of council's work over these past few months and the direction and decisions that have been provided thus far. So the remaining topics are listed here. It also shows staff's recommendation on these topics in the second column, which is highlighted in green. And staff's recommendation does include utilizing that DA path to accommodate stakeholder requests. As staff and council, we've heard all from our stakeholders, it is difficult to predict the future, and what may be feasible or desired to be built can change over time. And we've seen these changing conditions even in the past year and a half or so. And our stakeholders have changed or updated their requests as their future plans evolve and change. The DA path that council directed at the last study session is really the best way forward to accommodate these requests and any future requests. Lastly, though this may seem to be a long list, as you'll hear in our later slides, staff and stakeholders are actually aligned on a number of these items. So next slide, please. I'm now going to hand off the presentation to Nick Whipple, who will go through the remaining topics and our recommendations in more detail. Nick?
Thank you, and good evening, Mayor Robinson, Deputy Mayor Newhouse, and City Council. So to begin with our first topic area, building height and housing, East Main does present a great opportunity to increase and diversify the city's overall housing stock and contribute towards balancing the job and housing growth, as Trisna noted earlier in the slide. Based on regional growth projections, the city expects to add 35,000 new housing units, and the draft LUCA, or option B, estimates that 1,200 to 1,500 new households can locate in East Main with the increased zoning capacity. Option A and B prioritize the creation of housing and affordable housing within this transit-rich neighborhood, and is critical to implementing the vision, goals, and policies in the East Main CPA. As provided by, for by council on October 18th, the request from Wig Properties to allow for taller buildings, a different amount of minimum housing, and affordable housing can be accommodated through the development agreement based on their specific development proposal. So with that in mind, staff is also, as Trisna noted, seeking confirmation from council that the upper limit to the building height that can be requested through development agreement is set at 400 feet with 20 feet for mechanical screening. So just to walk through those options in more detail. So option A, this would apply to the East Main TOD high block. So that extends from Main Street to Southeast 6th Street. And it includes 230-foot tall building heights with 20 feet for mechanical screening. The building height matches the maximum allowable building height allowed in downtown Olby South, which is just north of Main Street, and it extends up to Northeast 4th Street, that height limit. A minimum housing requirement in option A, or the current draft LUCA, is for 30%, which for the Red Line and Hilton parcels, we estimate that could yield almost 1,300 units in this neighborhood. And for residential development, since affordable housing is a tier 1 amenity, the first 75% of a project's amenities are provided through the affordable housing incentive option. So this option has been analyzed by the economic analysis report produced by the city's consultant and is deemed to be financially feasible and could yield up to 70 affordable housing units at 80% AMI. So this visualization of the maximum building height in the draft LUCA relative to downtown and Surrey Downs was provided at the September 13th council meeting. These are schematic views to show building envelopes, and they do not reflect floor area or building density. So to start with the top image, this is a view looking west from I-405. So we see the maximum building height matches the building heights on the same plane along 112th Avenue in the downtown Olby South Land Use District. So as you move north from the East Main TOD. The building heights do begin to step up or increase as you move north of Northeast 4th Street, which is when you begin to near the downtown core. And the bottom image is a schematic view looking north on 112th Avenue Southeast. This view shows the building heights in Surrey Downs, which allow for 35-foot tall buildings. And then you've got East Main, which has the building height at 250 feet. So in deciding maximum building heights, we did want to be very thoughtful in how building heights transition as you leave downtown to the south, and as you enter in East Main, and as you continue through East Main, from the East Main High Block to the East Main Low Block, which is south of Southeast 6th Street, as well as you transition to the west, where the Surrey Downs neighborhood is located. So with option B, the recommended change that we're seeking confirmation from council on, at the September council meeting, we heard most, if not all, council's comfort level with the idea of increasing the maximum as of right building height to 300 feet, with that additional 20 feet for mechanical screening. We also heard feedback that the increase in building height should be in exchange for more housing in the TOD, and specifically more affordable housing, given that an increase in building height from 230 feet to 300 feet is a valuable increase to the properties. With that, staff recommends increasing the maximum building height to 300 feet and increasing the minimum housing requirement from 30% to 35%. And amending the amenity allocation amount from 75% of the amenities earned through affordable housing to 80% of the amenities would be earned through that provision. So option B does have the potential to generate 1,515 units. That's our estimate for the Red Line and Hilton parcels, which is 217 more residential units than the current draft LUCA, and 87 affordable housing units, which is 17 more units than what the current draft LUCA has. So just to quickly move through the same profiles here. So the top image, we're seeing the maximum building height in East Main is about 70 feet or 6 stories taller than what we would find in the district directly north in downtown, the downtown Olby South District. This option still plans for the tallest buildings to be located near downtown and I-405, and the buildings would progressively lower in height at the west edge of the TOD as it nears Surrey Downs. The high-rise buildings in East Main will relate to the height and scale of buildings in downtown Bellevue, but they're still respectful to the tallest towers that would be found in the downtown core. And then the bottom image shows the relationship to Surrey Downs and continues to allow for that transition to the single-family neighborhood. So with the stakeholder request, so Wig Properties has advocated for further increased building height and for reducing the minimum housing requirement in the TOD. So this request has been updated to match their September 13th request, which includes a 400-foot tall building heights with 20 feet for mechanical screening, a minimum housing requirement of 20%, with the first 75% of a project's amenity points being earned through the affordable housing option. So we have heard from Wig Properties that high-rise residential development with affordable housing is not financially feasible at this time. But this position is not supported by the type of development that we're seeing in downtown, as well as the city's economic analysis, which did evaluate whether on-site performance of affordable housing is financially feasible. We've also heard that the building height increase is necessary to achieve the maximum floor area available for the site. Both option A, which is the 230-foot building height maximum, and option B, which is a 300-foot maximum building height, were analyzed to confirm that the building height would not be a limiting factor to achieving the maximum FAR density for the TOD. And the result of that analysis is that through the master development plan, which is a process requirement for this district, FAR can be moved around on the site to ensure that full development potential can be achieved. And then lastly, we've also with this draft code applied a lot of the lessons learned from developers in downtown as well as Bell Red to make residential development a more attractive option, just in recognition that there's a strong market preference for office development right now. So some of those provisions that we've improved upon with this draft LUCA is allowing for reduced minimum parking for residential uses, larger floor plate sizes for residential projects. We have a provision for unlimited floor plate sizes for residential projects when it's a building less than 80 feet. And then we've also expanded the list of eligible ground floor uses to include units as well as amenity space. And then the recently revamped MFTE program has been extended to include the East Main Station area. So taking these factors into account, we do expect a developer to be able to take advantage of the full FAR amount, and we expect residential development to be financially feasible and on-site performance to be financially feasible with either option A or option B. And if the increased building height were allowed as of right, then additional process time is needed to accommodate this request to, of course, study the environmental consequences as well as some of the economics around that increase. And as a reminder, that development agreement option is available to satisfy this request in a project-specific analysis of whatever environmental impacts there may be would be completed at the time of the development agreement. And so similar image, the top image, we're seeing the maximum building height is 170 feet taller than the buildings north of Main Street in downtown and more consistent with the building heights found near the downtown core. The bottom image, again, shows the relationship to Surrey Downs and has much taller buildings in close proximity to the single family neighborhood. So currently you would find buildings constructed at or near 400 feet tall in the downtown core, and then heights progressively reduced to the perimeter of downtown over the span of about 1,400 feet or 3 downtown super blocks. So the stakeholder request would allow for building heights that are 400 feet tall to be placed within about 350 feet of the single family neighborhoods, which is about a half a downtown super block distance to provide that transition. So moving on to the next topic, the affordable housing fee in lieu. For fee in lieu options, the draft LUCA does not provide a way to collect fees for affordable housing. At the time that the code was drafted, council had not expressed interest in this option. Council has since directed staff to include affordable housing as a first-tier amenity for residential development to help meet the city's affordable housing need, and has indicated an expectation that affordable housing be provided within East Main, so on-site performance, as there's community benefit to having a closer connection between the development of market rate housing and siting of affordable housing in this transit-rich area. Council also indicated an interest in collecting a fee for non-residential development to help contribute to the affordable housing need in the city. So option B is the staff recommendation to provide for on-site performance for residential development and a fee in lieu option for non-residential development. And then for the stakeholder request, Wig Properties has asked for a fee in lieu option for both non-residential and residential. For providing a fee in lieu option for residential, it may result in fewer affordable units that are built in East Main. Therefore, staff does not recommend a fee in lieu option for residential development. And with the next topic of floor plate sizes and step backs. So the floor plate framework that's established in the East Main Code provides for flexible building design while addressing how pedestrians experience a high-rise building, as well as how it's viewed from a distance. Council had previously indicated a desire for larger floor plates in East Main for non-residential development, and also directed staff to use the downtown Olby South district requirements. So both the non-residential and residential floor plate sizes in option A do follow this previous direction. For residential development, the stakeholders requested a maximum floor plate size of 26,000 square feet. As of their letter yesterday, I believe the request was modified to 25,000 square feet. Initially, in December of 2020, Wig Properties requested for a departure process similar to downtown to allow for the maximum floor plate between 80 feet and 150 feet to be increased to 25,000 square feet. At that time, staff included that departure process per that request from Wig Properties. So we've added the departure process to the draft LUCA to address their request for larger floor plates. This type of process would allow, it's an administrative departure process. It allows for the director to work with the developer to ensure other urban design measures such as tower spacing, building modulation, tower orientation. Those types of considerations are closely reviewed in order to optimize sunlight, sky views, and allow for interesting building forms. So the stakeholder request would allow for the largest as of right floor plate size that we have for towers taller than 150 feet in the city. And for residential development, Wig Properties has asked for the step back requirement to be eliminated and to allow for an unlimited floor plate size up to 80 feet for towers, and then reduce the floor plates above 80 feet consistent with the draft LUCA. So very similar to the building height, minimum housing, and other standards and guidelines that apply to East Main, floor plates may also be modified through the development agreement to meet the stakeholder request based on a specific development proposal that's under review. And so we also have, as I mentioned, the administrative departure process in the draft code that's consistent with downtown that would allow for floor plates to be as large as 25,000 square feet in size up to a certain height limit. So the floor plate framework creates three distinct parts of a tower, base, middle, and top, through varied floor plate sizes at different points of the building, with step backs included at the base. The floor plate limits are important to manage building bulk, shadows, and the pedestrian experience, while also allowing for flexibility and floor plan efficiencies. The buildings in East Main and downtown taper as the tower gets taller to reduce shade and shadow impacts and provide for that ample light and air and create an appealing building design that's viewed from a distance. So the recommendation is for floor plates at the top of the tower. This is for non-residential buildings, so office buildings. Floor plates at the top of the tower between 80 feet and the maximum building height to be 20,000 square feet in size, which again matches downtown Olby South. The middle floor plate between 40 feet and 80 feet would then increase to 30,000 square feet. And then as you move to the building base, there would be an unlimited floor plate size, but a 15-foot step back would be included as a defining element for the adjacent public realm. And that really works to reduce the bulk and create an appropriately scaled street wall for pedestrians alongside that building. And then for residential floor plates, they're almost always smaller than non-residential floor plates just because of the need for light and air in individual units. So you would typically have a unit, a corridor, and then a unit to optimize sunlight to those people residing within the tower. So the recommended residential floor plate size in the code is the largest floor plate size that we currently offer in the city for residential buildings greater than 80 feet in height. So that recommendation matches the downtown Olby South District, which includes a 13,500 square foot floor plate size above 80 feet. Then you would have 20,000 square feet floor plate sizes between 40 and 80 feet, with an unlimited floor plate size at the base, with also that 15-foot step back included. One item to notice, the step back would not be required along 112th Avenue because the current restriction in the code would not allow for tall enough buildings that would warrant that step back requirement. The buildings taper down there. So we've heard that the floor plates larger than what is proposed in the draft LUCA are necessary to achieve the maximum floor area for the site, similar to what we had heard for the request to increase building height. We have modeled redevelopment scenarios on the Hilton and Red Lion site to ensure that the recommended floor plate sizes do not limit the ability to build to the maximum FAR, while still providing for ample light, air, open space, and tower spacing. So the results of that analysis show that reaching the maximum FAR is achievable within the boundaries of the code as we have it drafted right now. So we have just two more quick topics. So this topic area relates to exceptions for the existing athletic club and accessory hotel use, so the Bellevue Club. The council has had expressed an interest in allowing for continued operation and expansion of the Bellevue Athletic Club without requiring the club to meet East Main District specific requirements, such as open space, minimum housing, ground floor uses, and other types of requirements that could be problematic to accomplish given their business model. So with that, staff recommends option B, which is aligned with the Bellevue Athletic Club request to exempt out expansions of the club and accessory hotel up to the base floor area ratio. So right now, based on what we can glean from King County Assessor data, the Bellevue Club is built at about a 0.5 FAR. So option B would allow for them to expand up to a 2.5 FAR. Without needing to meet most requirements, standards, and guidelines in the code. This recommendation would apply some design review guidelines and certain standards that are reasonable and appropriate, such as parking stall dimensions or pedestrian safety circulation requirements, to ensure that the future expansion is safe and also consistent with the design criteria for the East Main TOD. And then with the last topic area, so the draft LUCA uses, for below grade parking garages, it uses the downtown code or the downtown chapter as a base. So for below grade parking garages, the language used in the East Main LUCA is exactly the same as what is used in the downtown code. The downtown does have many below grade parking garages, and we have not had an issue in permitting these types of structures in downtown Bellevue. However, Wig Properties has asked for an affirmative allowance to be drafted in the code, which would ensure that a below grade parking garage may be built on their property. So while staff believes this affirmative allowance is not necessary, we can amend the draft LUCA to add an affirmative allowance for constructing a below grade garage if directed by council. So I will now pass it back to Mike for some concluding remarks.
Thank you, Nick. Again, we are seeking council direction on these remaining topics that you've identified previously for direction and inclusion into the final draft. And then moving on to direct staff to bring forward an ordinance for final adoption. As you heard from Nick and Trisna, we have been working with stakeholders throughout the process, trying to find alignment and coordination where we can achieve that. Clearly, some of the requests that we're bringing to the council this evening are very much policy level choices that the council appropriately should weigh in on, specifically those areas where we're talking about significant increases in floor area, building heights, et cetera, that are different than we find it elsewhere in the city. So there's certainly valuable information that Nick provided regarding how the information provided in the draft land use code aligns with other areas of the city, and some of the requests are seeking allowances that are a little bit more generous. So with that, Mayor, certainly here to answer any questions. It might be helpful to go back to that summary slide that lists all of the topics and the recommendation to help facilitate your discussion.
We could do that, or we could take it one slide at a time, but I am going to take it one topic at a time. So I'm going to ask that we do the building height, then the minimal housing, affordable housing amenity, affordable housing fee in lieu, floor plate size, exceptions from expansion of existing club and accessory hotel use, and then below grade parking. So we'll start with building height, and you've got your slide up for building height and minimal housing. We'll do building height and minimal housing, I guess, together. And you see that staff recommendation, we don't have a whole lot of time, but we'll take as much time as we need. But I'm going to ask that in your comments, you indicate whether you support staff's recommendation or something other than that. And we don't need to have a long discussion if you're supporting staff's recommendation. So let's see. I got to figure out how I can see people and see the slide. Let's see if I can. Okay, hold on. Well, okay. So I'm just gonna call on, I'm gonna start with Councilmember Stokes and we'll just go down the line here. Can you comment on building height and minimum housing? Tell me if you're with staff's recommendation or something else.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I agree with the option B, the staff's recommendation. And I think we're at a point where we need to move this along the best way possible and have some flexibility, but not keep coming back every time and have new things pop up. And we need to get it to the development agreement to modify this. And I think the basis is set very well. This is a huge increase. I think it's exciting that we've included as many things. And to me, affordable housing and housing is very, very important, but also having a very vibrant development there. So I think this is the best path to go. So I'm ready for option B on this particular piece.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councilmember Lee.
I has expressed my desire that I need to support whatever makes it possible for the developer. And I think we talk about this being maybe an item that could be included in the development agreement. And I see that the developer property owner did not, I think they are comfortable with that, I believe. They didn't address it specifically in the items that they brought up, earlier on, or in their the letter they sent to us. I believe that they are comfortable. If there's something that could be open in the development agreement, I think that'd be great. The only question I have is that the staff mentioned about the conditions of getting development agreement. It's when it's going to be. There's a lot of things involved. It's got to be reviewed, and I'm not sure whether that becomes too restrictive. I'm not sure that's been discussed. I heard that we don't want to have other council members to make decisions. That may be counterproductive. Our goal is really to have this budget and to have affordable housing and other things that we think that it's important for the city. So if it becomes additional barriers, I would be uncomfortable with it. So I like to see what the develop. Yeah, I would support it, but I would put a condition that if the developer feel that this can be acceptable, they can accomplish the goal, then I would go with it.
You need to make a decision here, and we've had lots of time to discuss this, and I'm asking if you're comfortable with staff recommendation or if you have a...
Yeah, but I just said, okay, I will say I will support that as long as it's a development agreement is available to modify it.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barksdale.
Thank you, Mayor. I support the staff recommendation. Option B.
Thank you. Councilmember Robertson.
I want to pick and choose. So for the building height, I support the 300 to 320 for the max with the DA option modified, but we had talked about allowing some reasonable heights in the middle and towards 112, and we really never had a discussion about that. So I would support allowing the 160 to 180 in the middle and the 90 near 112, as the stakeholders have asked. On the minimum housing, if we go with 35%, we are 75% higher than any other zone for mandatory minimum housing in the city. Belred's 20%. We're getting a lot of housing in Belred. I think that's fair. I would go with 20% on the minimum housing. I think 35%. It was 30%, and I think some of us thought that was too high, and instead we got a recommendation of even higher. So, on the affordable housing amenity system, I am supportive of.
Oh wait. Oh, are we?
Are we just talking minimum housing and max height?
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm okay. So, and I would do that, and I would also, but I'd like to ask staff. You know, they didn't mention the other study that was done by Echo Northwest, and my understanding about that study is that it shows that with the proposed staff proposal, that we are not going to get the affordable housing immediately. And that it will be quite a delay, and that we cannot maximize FAR and density on the site unless everything's 300 feet. So I'd like to ask them about that. I don't know when we want to get that answer, but I'd like to know about that. I'd like to get a copy of that report that the East Side Housing Roundtable conducted. I haven't seen it. I've just heard about it. Thanks.
Well, since we are voting on this tonight, I think you probably want to get a staff to weigh in on it right now.
Yeah, well, that's fine. I can wait till like later in the agenda, but yeah, I'd like to know about that because I'm hearing that the high-rise housing is not going to happen for a long time based on the recommendation as it is today, because it just doesn't pencil. So I'd like to know about that.
Mayor, are you asking for a response to the?
I am.
Good. So, Councilmember Robertson, we haven't seen the final copy of that economic analysis. There are a number of, as you understand, a number of variables that affect development and the economics around development, timing, land value, construction materials costs, etc. They're fluctuating. The study that was done initially that set the parameters for the land use code anticipated that fluctuation. I think what we have in the draft code is something that achieves the development potential that the council is seeking in East Maine. And the development agreement provides a path should the economics, I guess it provides additional flexibility to respond to changing in economics and demand for market demand for different uses, etc. So I guess we could go on for probably many hours talking about all of those variables, and I'm not sure that that would be productive use of time. I think there are options here that really allow that flexibility to adjust to the market as it changes. And I think the proposal in the draft land use code with the suggested amendments that really provides incentive to develop early, because I think it does provide a strong economic base for that to occur.
Well, I only asked because the presentation cited to the city's code as if this is 100% in line with market, when I know there's another report that says something different. I haven't seen it, but I've heard about it. So that's why I wanted to know about it. So I guess I'll just close by saying on these topics, I support the 320 with the DA option, but I'd like this middle and 112 heights to be built in. And I think that we should have a minimum housing of 20%, not 75% higher than any other zone in the city at 35%. Thanks.
Okay, hold on.
And as a follow-up, can I get that data and a copy of that report before we take a final action on this next month? Thanks.
I would also request that. That's my point I was making.
Councilmember Zahn.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I support option B from the staff recommendation. I just want to confirm that to go to the 400 feet, that potentially will trigger SEPA. Is that right? So as part of the DA available to modify, will add that extra step. Is that correct?
That's correct. So the recommendation to go above the 300 to 320 feet with mechanical using the development agreement really allows for that to occur and the necessary environmental or SEPA review to occur as part of the DA process should the developer want to go to the height above the by right allowance of 300 or 320 feet. So that's correct.
Okay, and then my second question is, in the letter that we got, it did talk about the housing, minimum housing and the timing. So as part of going to the 400 feet, would that be in a DA a time where there could be discussion about the tiering effect of the timing of the housing units? Because when we open a DA, then we look at, to gain some benefits for the developer, what the public benefit would be for the city.
That's right. That's the basic kind of approach in a development agreement, is really that exchange that occurs. There's additional benefit to the developer with an exchange of an appropriate public benefit in return. And there is significant discretion in how that public benefit is defined. Council's been clear that affordable housing is really the primary target. But again, as part of those changes to the proposal, the development proposal that are not aligned with the base code, that's where that discussion would happen at council direction.
Okay, and then the comment about the middle and the 112th, what is the actual current recommendation? Because the 160 and the 90 is the stakeholder request, is that correct?
So Nick, I'm going to ask you to kind of walk through how height is distributed across the development area.
Sure. So council members, on the draft code allows for a maximum building height of 230, but it sounds like we're really focused on option B. So if the height were set at 300 feet, that would apply for the East Main TOD High District. So everywhere from Main Street to Southeast 6, except for within 50 feet of 112th. Within 50 feet of 112th, the building height would be reduced to 70 feet. Everywhere else, they could build up to 300 feet. So the stakeholder request is asking that where we allow for 70-foot tall buildings to be placed near 112th, increase that to 90 feet. And then they would like another band of buildings to allow for heights to gradually get taller as you move closer to 405. So the middle height would be 160. And then as you're adjacent to 114th, that's where you would see the 400-foot tall building heights. In application, this is a relatively small area. And so we have concern just with the kind of the amount of variation in height, and just from an application of the code standpoint, it does kind of lock in a very kind of rigid way of distributing height along the site. Which could be problematic just for future development and limiting kind of flexibility. But that's still, if that's directed by council, we can always adjust the draft code to allow for that middle band. But right now we're not proposing a middle band. We're going straight from 112th lower heights to the max height everywhere else.
Okay, so as part of the DA available to modify, we could add language that says along 112th as part of the DA to modify that we would be willing to consider up to 90 feet.
The DA, as directed by the council in the last discussion, really provides the opportunity to amend or essentially depart from all provisions of the East Main Land Use Code. So the quick answer to that question is yes. Again, we would need to look at how that applies or how that looks in the development context that's being proposed, and what the public benefit or public gain is from that adjustment.
Okay, so you're saying we don't actually have to name it as one of the things that are available to modify in a DA. It would already be one of the things that could be discussed.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm okay with, I'm going to pick and choose a little bit here too. On option B, I'm okay with the max building height of the 320. However, I think we had it right in option A in the original draft, Luca. So 30% of the minimum housing, and then 75% of the public amenity.
Okay. And I'm good with the staff recommendation. So I would say a majority of council members are seeking staff recommendation on maximum building height and minimum building height. So I don't know if we need to take a vote on that or if we can just give you direction to bring it back as recommended, staff.
Either will work. If you feel we have strong consensus, that's fine. We can take that and advance it forward.
Yeah, I would do that. Okay, so then the third column is affordable housing amenity. And again, I want you to look at what staff has recommended, and I'll call on you and tell me if you're going with what staff recommends or if you have a different idea. So Councilmember Lee, let's start with you.
I need more information. I think I agree with Councilmember Robertson. In terms of, having a DA is our intention, but the question is whether it's going to be reflecting flexibility for the developers look at the market condition or not. If we are tying the hands of the developer, rather than market condition, which would determine whether the developer can actually do the project. If we don't do that, and we're not going to have a project, and they're not going to do the project unless they know, the flexibility can accommodate the market condition of moving forward. So without that information, I cannot say when or, I can support it. No.
Are you in support of the stakeholders' request?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Councilmember Barksdale.
I support the staff recommendation. I'd like to start with the higher number of units, and if we need to adjust, then we can through the DA.
Okay, hold on, I'm just writing things down here. Councilmember Robertson.
75% as we started.
Okay, so that would be the stakeholders request?
Well, it's also option A.
The units are different.
Well, that's because the units, the stakeholders said took 75% times 20%. That's the only reason. But the 75% public amenities is the same in both. It's whether it times the housing minimum. That's what the math, it's just math. But 75% is the number, and that's what I support.
Okay. Councilmember Zahn.
I support the staff recommendation. Thanks.
Deputy Mayor.
75%.
Okay. And I am with staff and Stokes. Councilmember Stokes.
Staff recommendation.
Okay. So we have a majority going with the staff recommendation for the affordable housing amenity. All right, I'm sure there's another slide here that we can use. We'll go on to the affordable housing fee in lieu. There you go. Okay, so you can see the staff recommendation in green. So do you go with staff recommendation or do you go with something different? I'm going to start with myself because I have a something different that we haven't really discussed. And I'm going to say that for the non-residential, and for the residential, actually, I'd like to add a concept of what I would call a deed in lieu option in addition to staff's recommendation, which would mean that the developer could deed a portion of their land to a nonprofit to fulfill their affordable housing requirement. So if there was a requirement to build 35% or 35 units of affordable housing, they could deed a portion of their land to a profit or an affordable housing developer that would then create the affordable housing. They would probably be able to do it at a deeper affordability, and that would they would be able to make their goal. So that is what I would like to do as staff recommendation with a deed in lieu option for residential and non-residential. Let's see, Councilmember Barksdale.
Staff recommendation, but I guess I'm curious about learning more about the deed in lieu if staff has a response maybe.
So the Mayor, would you like me to provide a quick response?
Yes.
So the deed in lieu is a concept that we really haven't really developed yet. It's an interesting concept, admittedly. It is something that would need some thought and calibration when you're thinking about kind of what's the land value, how many affordable housing units would you expect, the timing of the delivery of those particular units, as far as alignment with the requirements for having on-premise development, et cetera. So this is a concept that, again, we would need to spend some time exploring and developing. We haven't got this concept elsewhere in the city, or it's a concept that really could be promoted as something to explore as part of a development agreement in considering the public benefit that we're trying to obtain during that process. Then we would have, again, back to the economics that are kind of in play in the moment. So more accurate information to really explore the underlying benefits, not only to the publics on the public side, but also achievability for the developer to actually accomplish that result. So again, an interesting concept. Can't share a lot of information since we haven't really had much of a chance to explore that or investigate best practices that might be out there in this particular option, but something that may be very viable as part of public benefit.
Yeah, I'll just say it sounds like an interesting concept for a couple of reasons to me. I mean, one is our affordable housing providers, to the mayor's point, to tend to build the deeper affordable housing. But also, it sounds like it would also stay on the property as opposed to a fee in lieu, right? Is that right too? So okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, Councilmember Robertson.
Okay, so like that some council members have been, like you, Mayor, have been thinking out of the box. I appreciate that. Here, I support having the fee in lieu for non-residential as staff recommends. I also support the idea about a deed in lieu as long as it's voluntary. And I think that would be something that would go into a DA. If you look at the appraisal of the land value, then the deed in lieu size and the percentage of the minimum housing requirements that it's satisfied, that could be established by development agreement. So we don't need to necessarily have it all figured out now. I don't want it to hang up progress on this land use code amendment, but I'm supportive of the idea of that. And like I said, I could go in a DA, but otherwise option B is fine with me.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Zahn.
I like option B and also to explore the deed in lieu.
Deputy Mayor.
Yes, I like the staff recommendation here as well as the deed in lieu as part of the DA process.
Okay, Councilmember Stokes.
The same as it's just been stated. I think that's really a good additional option. Go with opinion B. Option B is set out and examine this other fee and deed in lieu would be very good.
Thank you. Councilmember Lee.
I'm really frustrated that I appreciate council members come up with different ideas, and but I have no idea what it does mean by deed in lieu and how does it affect a project's feasibility and economic feasibility of a developer. Sounds great. We give them another option, but I want to hear. I want to even hear the staff. Staff doesn't know. It's just fascinating, interesting ideas, and what's going to happen, I don't know.
Well,
I haven't heard from the I have not heard from the developer whether it's a good idea or bad idea.
Member Lee,
We're
without
making
that,
decisions
Councilmember Lee,
without the developers' input.
Hey,
That
Councilmember
doesn't make sense to me.
can you please listen to me for a moment?
Well, I'm telling you what I feel.
Can you comment on whether you're for option B or not then, and forget the deed in
I'm
lieu?
for stakeholders
Okay,
request.
got it. All right, so we have a majority going with staff recommendation and examining the concept of a deed in lieu. So now we'll go to the floor plate size. Thank you. You can see in green the staff recommendation with the stakeholders request below. So you can tell me if you're going with staff's recommendation, stakeholders recommendation, or something in between. So Councilmember Robertson.
Microphone on. So something in between, I would say on that. So on the residential, I've always been really confused as to why we have an unlimited floor plate, or at least I guess I should ask staff. The draft code used to allow unlimited floor plate up to 80 feet. But if you're going to so if you build exactly 80 feet, you could have unlimited floor plate. But if you build above 80 feet, you step back at 40. Is that the way it's still drafted?
So Councilmember Robertson, yes. So the current draft is stated that way. It's modeled after Bell Red, which also allows for unlimited floor plates up to 80 feet for buildings that are only 80 feet. So once you tick into the tower category, that's when you start to have some of those floor plate reductions happen.
Okay, great. So for me, it seems to not make a lot of sense to allow unlimited up to 80 feet. And then if you want to go an extra 10 feet to get an extra floor of housing, all of a sudden you lose a whole bunch of your density because you have to neck in at 40 feet. So the type of housing that you can build in the shorter term period is either the wood construction, which is 90 feet, or the light gauge steel, which is 120. And so it never has made sense to me that if you want to go even a foot above 80, all of a sudden you cut your density at 40 feet and above. So what I would like to do is not what staff recommended or what the stakeholder wants, is I'd like to allow unlimited up to 80, which is what it is today. But if you go above 80 to 120, you don't have to neck in at 40, you neck in at 80. I think that that's a much more reasonable approach, and it's a way that you're going to end up with more housing units. So, and it also makes it much more financially feasible to build the housing, because the heavy gauge steel is just not going to pencil for a long time. Light gauge steel may not even pencil, but 90-foot wood probably will, and we can get those. But if we cut off a big chunk of the building at 40 feet, we won't. So that extra 10 feet, I don't think should be, or extra 30 feet shouldn't be penalized. On the non-residential, I think the larger floor plates are okay. I'm good with the stakeholder request. And I would say that these are both, I think, very consistent with the Housing Roundtable. And the Housing Roundtable, they want 25,000 square foot commercial plates in the base code, I guess for the top floor, between 80 and 150. I think that that's fair. The stakeholders asking for 26, 25 is fine. We just want this development to actually generate the kind of density in housing and commercial that we're planning for. So is that, Mayor, can you tell me, is where I am on this clear to you? I just want to make sure I'm communicating well.
For residential, you have your necking in at 80 feet instead of 40 feet. And with the non-residential, you're going with the stakeholders recommendation?
25,000 or 25,000 square foot above 80, not 26. I'll go with the Housing Roundtable's recommendation.
Oh, good. Okay, well, all right.
I'm just picking and choosing.
Yeah, we need a motion to extend the meeting.
Oh, I'll move to extend the meeting to 10:30.
Yeah. Is there a second?
Second.
Don't do that. All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. All right. Council members on.
I'd like to understand a bit more about these differences, because I'm reading the top middle base versus what Councilmember Robertson's talking about. So right now, recommend option A is that it starts necking at the 80 feet above. Is that correct on the non-residential? So below that, it is unlimited or it's not? I'm just making sure I
Nick,
understand.
If one of the graphics would help with this, Nick, that might.
Yes.
Okay, this is helpful.
Mhm.
Okay, so what we're talking about, the stakeholder recommendation is the base in the middle is fine, but that the top starts at 120 and it goes to 25,000 square feet. Is that correct? So the 30,000 would go all the way up to 120 feet in height.
So the stakeholder request, let me just make sure I'm not misrepresenting this. Yeah, so the stakeholder request, we will have the same base and the same middle, but they would like to increase the top to 26,000 square feet.
Okay. And is the reason the staff is not recommending that we're not going to get, that there's an additional benefit that we're not getting some public benefit back? Or can you help me understand why we were not considering that?
So one of the factors in recommending the floor plate sizes, or a couple of them actually, so we looked at the existing codes in Bellevue, so Bell Red and downtown, where we do have towers and we do have floor plate limits, and we tried to align with kind of what we're seeing elsewhere in the city. We also heard direction from council to use downtown OLB South. And then we also had some guiding principles way back that wanted or encouraged for larger floor plates within the East Main District. So with those considerations, we landed at what downtown OLB South has, which is some of the largest floor plates for non-residential development, which is what you're seeing here in this graphic. It does come down to also just an aesthetic component to it. So at least in the downtown, a lot of the emphasis was on providing more slender towers to increase kind of light and air to sidewalks as well as open spaces, and then providing some interesting building form that could be viewed from a distance. So we feel that the downtown OLB South really hit that on the mark and makes sense for East Main, which is what that recommendation is reflective of.
Okay, so I'm inclined to support the stakeholder requests because these are maximums. It doesn't mean that they wouldn't stay within the 20,000 square foot floor plate. And I believe architects are very innovative and creative to create the kind of look and feel that we would also find acceptable. So I would be open to supporting the stakeholder request.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Stakeholder request.
All right. I'm going to go with the stakeholders request as well. Councilmember Stokes.
Well, I think that I'm a little concerned about going to the stakeholders request. I think the push is going to be the maximum, and the building will be just basically a setback, no setbacks or step backs at the base, unlimited above 40. So it's going to be a unit, a very plain, just building that we've tried. Other buildings in town are not doing that these days. I don't know. And we have the DA available to modify. I don't think we have enough information. I'd like to see a little more detail on this. This is important. And one of the public benefits is having a more light, more aesthetic view aspects of it. And I think just basically saying kind of build whatever you want to build is not very healthy in the long run. And I think the rest of the city seems to do well with basically what option A talks about. But I would like some more information brought back and some charts and look at this so we really know what we're talking about.
I will give you between now and when staff brings it back, you can work with staff to get the information you need to make a full vote when it comes back. Okay.
Okay. Good.
Councilmember Lee.
Well, stakeholders will do the best they can to make it workable. And we've heard the base code will deliver lot less amenity. And I think they are there to do the right thing. And so I support the stakeholders' request.
Okay, thank you. Barksdale, sorry. Councilmember Barksdale.
I'm comfortable with the stakeholders' request, but I do appreciate Councilmember Stokes' point about, still having a step back, but I'm comfortable with the stakeholder request.
I'm with you. I want to be in on those meetings with staff to get more information. If anybody else would, let staff know, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a majority of people looking at the stakeholders' request with a little caveat to get more information on staff on the implications of that. Okay, we're on to the exceptions for expansions of existing athletic club and accessory hotel use. Okay. So you see staff recommendation there. And I know that they wanted to be able to go outside of the, to do a DA without triggering any of the requirements that we have set up for the other properties. And I guess I would just like to say, I would like them to trigger either a fee in lieu or a deed in lieu if they want to go beyond, what we're allowing before a DA would be triggered. So that would be my recommendation. Councilmember Stokes.
I agree with what you just said. I think that's a really good way to go to this. And I think it would actually provide more flexibility.
Okay. Yeah, it does. Okay. Councilmember Lee.
No affordable housing for Bellevue.
Are you going with the staff recommendation or option A, or?
I don't understand what you mean by no specific exception for expansions. I heard that the East Side Housing Roundtable recommended no affordable housing.
Okay.
For Bellevue.
So no affordable housing requirements and
for Bellevue Club, for Bellevue Athletic Club.
Right. And so if they want to go beyond the base FAR and do a DA, they don't trigger anything.
No.
You're saying.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Councilmember Barksdale.
I support the proposal you mentioned about triggering the deed in lieu or fee in lieu if they go above the base.
Okay. Excuse me just a moment. Councilmember Robertson.
I just have a couple of questions. I think I'm with option B, but and this is for Nick or Mike or whomever. So right now, Bellevue Club is built with a 0.5 FAR across the entire site. Is that right?
That's correct.
Nick, do you want to take the question?
So, and the land use code as drafted would apply to their entire site. Yeah.
Yes, that's option A. Correct.
Okay. So, well, I mean, as far as the zone doesn't change, there's no split zone.
Oh, yes.
So, so if we do this with option B and they want to take, say, I don't even know how many square feet they have, but say they have 100,000 square feet and that's FAR 0.5. They want to go to 2.5 FAR because it's commercial. So they could go to, say, what would that be, 350,000 square feet. Anyway, forget about the math. They want to increase fivefold from 0.5 FAR to 2.5 FAR. And they can do that as long as they continue to meet the height, density, setback limits of the base zoning. And there's nothing that they would do in that would trigger compliance with the other provisions of the code, like requiring housing and things like that. Am I right about that?
That's correct. That's what option B would provide. No block length requirements would be required. No housing, no open space. They could just build right up to 2.5.
Okay, as long as their use is the consistent use today, which is hotel accessory use and athletic club with dining and stuff. Okay, because I think that's a use we want to continue to encourage and to expand. So I am totally good with option B. I just wanted to make sure I understood it. Thanks.
Are you okay with the addition of the fee in lieu or deed in lieu if they go beyond the base FAR and require?
Well, if they go beyond the base FAR, then they have to use the incentive system, right?
Right.
And the incentive system would say that 75% of the points have to be fee in lieu or something else, right? Commercial. Am I off?
So they would have to apply the amenity system that is, yes, in the code to get the additional FAR bonus needed to expand beyond the base. So that is correct.
And that amenity tier 1 for commercial includes fee in lieu.
That's correct.
Okay, so that I think that's automatically built in.
That's the direction that the council just previously provided, that we would create a fee in lieu for commercial.
Okay, so yeah, I think that would happen anyway, Mayor, based on, they'd have to use the amenities. They don't have to use a DA, but they'd have to use the amenity system.
You're
to
right.
get beyond the 2.5. So
you're right about that. And I guess I'm asking if the deed in lieu could be an option. That could be a fee in lieu, it could be a deed in lieu, it could be other amenities.
I'm fine with that if they wanted to use that, but I think the deed in lieu probably needs to go through DA if they want to use that. But otherwise, if they don't want to do a DA, they could do fee in lieu under the amenity system as it is today, as long as we don't require them. We consider this basically a conforming use. It's not an expansion of a non-conforming use, it's a conforming use.
Right.
They can expand. So, okay, great.
That sounds good.
Thank you.
Councilmember Zahn.
I support option B staff recommendation, and it sounds like if it's above base FAR, those other provisions already apply. So I'm good with it.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I'm okay with option B as well, and I'm in favor of adding the deed in lieu in the DA process as well.
Thank you. I weighed in. I think we got everybody. Okay. So staff, there's a majority in support of the option B recommendation. And then the last one is the below grade parking. And I believe the stakeholder request is the staff recommendation. And so tell me if you recommend what's in green or something else. And we'll start with Councilmember Zahn.
I support what's in green.
Okay. Deputy Mayor.
Stakeholder request. Yep.
What's same thing in green?
Same thing in green.
Yeah.
If we're moving to color coded, yes.
We're going to colors.
Okay.
I say I'm in the green as well. Councilmember Stokes. I don't hear you yet.
You're on mute, Councilmember Stokes.
Turned it off. That's fine, green.
Okay. Councilmember Lee.
Stakeholder request.
Okay. Councilmember Barksdale.
What's in green?
And Councilmember Robertson.
Green light.
Okay. All right. I think that was everything that we needed to give you direction on. Am I right?
That is correct. Those are the final topics that you had previously identified that you wanted to have additional discussion on and provide direction. So very much appreciate that. We are asking the council to direct us now to prepare a final ordinance for your consideration at a future date. We will work hard to get that in front of you before we close out the year, barring any unexpected interruptions here.
Okay, do you want to
make comfortable
on that direction, Deputy Mayor, or
yeah, I can make a more general motion there. So I move to direct staff to incorporate both staff and council recommendations for building height, minimum housing, affordable housing, fee in lieu, floor plate size, and exceptions for expansions of existing uses for council consideration and action at a future meeting.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Terrific. Thank you, staff. Really good job presenting this tonight. Appreciate it. Councilmember Roberts.
Could I ask one thing?
Well,
I still like to I'd like to get the staff to give me
Robertson
understanding about deed in lieu. What's that?
Robertson had her hand up first. I'm sorry. Councilmember Robertson.
That's fine. That's fine, Councilmember Lee. I'm sure that staff would help suss out the deed in lieu for all of us, because I think the mayor directed that to come back with it. I just had a question. I don't think we ever talked about the timing of the minimum housing requirement, and I don't know if we want to do that tonight, but there was some phasing issues that I know that the stakeholders were concerned about, and with a 35% set aside, I think that it would be really fair to allow some phasing over time like we did with Bell Red. So did we decide on that yet, Mike?
You haven't had a specific discussion on that request. That was a more recent request. Okay. So if you do want to consider that this evening, we haven't really had a chance to really map that, what that would look like and how that would progress across the development as it occurred. But certainly we're here to take council direction.
Let's see what Deputy Mayor has to say.
Thank you, Mayor. No, just because I just remember from the stakeholders' letter that there was concern about the elimination of the block length and perimeter requirement. Is that something that will still come back to council, or where does that stand? Because they specifically called that out in their letter that was sent to staff.
So again, that is a request that council considered some time back about perimeter blocks, et cetera, and provided us direction on the block lengths. This is another item that the development agreement, when a proposal comes in and a site layout is provided, that really shows how you would achieve the kind of the elements of the vision, the walkability, kind of the light and active uses, et cetera, is where that could be considered. I guess it's a bit concerning as we thought about that. If you don't have any requirement for access or blocks to actually break the site up and make it permeable for access and visual interest, et cetera, we might get very large, bulky buildings as a result of that. So again, the staff recommendation on that would be to address it as part of a development agreement process. And not erase the requirements for some forms of blocks to create that permeability into the property and light and access.
Councilmember Lee, you have
yes.
something to add?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Allow me to do that. Because as I spot up, the developer has specifically requested, and asked for 3 items to be addressed, and one is the timing of the affordable housing, and I think Councilmember Robertson brought it up and mentioned it, and the other one is the block length for the retail, which is essential in the decision whether the project can be made. I think if we read it closely of what they requested, it's a very consequential. So I believe that those issues need to be addressed, and they have not. So I want to know if the staff plan to come back with that.
Explain that it could be addressed in a DA, but let's get Councilmember Stokes, but before we go ahead, Councilmember Stokes, so that staff can answer all these questions in one fell swoop.
Well, I don't have any questions. I think that and we could talk about it here and we really wouldn't get anything resolved. It's a very good or important issue. I would ask staff to come back, and actually this is something we can talk to other consultants or people who are helping us from the outside. But essentially, if it comes into the DA, then they can discuss it there. But I don't think we have enough information to really understand. And I'm not in any way for anybody, any developer, and I think we have really good developers here, just saying, well, they know best and whatever they want to do is fine. And I don't think they want that either. So let's get some information on this, and it may be a good thing or it may not, but I don't think we're ready to make a decision tonight.
Councilmember Zahn, I saw you had your hand up.
Yeah, all I was going to comment on is that when we voted on the building height and housing, my vote was predicated on the fact that the DA was available to look at any modifications or tiering of the timing for the housing units. And so I believe that we do have a process to have that conversation around the tiering or the timing, and also these other pieces that have come up as potential discussion topics. So I believe that that's what the DA is for. And I support moving forward with getting this land use adopted as soon as possible. We could spend the next 6 months talking about these additional things and not get going. My sense is that there's a belief that there's a strong likelihood the developer is going to want to be interested in getting to the higher building heights, which means that we're going to be in the DA already. And so let's make sure that we have that venue for these discussions. Thank you.
I agree with you. Councilmember Robertson.
Thanks. So, well, the phasing to me is not so much a DA issue, although timing can certainly be addressed in a DA, but DA allows flexibility for a give. It's a give and a get. And to me, the timing isn't that they're going to not do the minimum housing, it's just when they're going to do it. So I don't know that they should have to do a give for that. And that's why I thought it might belong in the land use code. They're asking for, instead of having 30%, 60, the residential built when 60% of the non-res is built, they want to be able to phase it at 60, 80, and 100. If staff doesn't think that, or if staff could change it to put that in the code, that's great. If not, I would like some amendment language to be brought forward so I can propose that, and maybe some information from staff addressing the downsides from staff perspective of allowing that phasing versus, the upside. It's not about getting out of any requirements. It's just about allowing them to phase the development. This is a big piece of property, allowing them to phase the development as they see fit within cash flow, because it makes sense to build certain properties that start cash flowing faster than you build others. And we did allow that in Belred. We allowed them actually to build a whole lot of commercial before they had to step up with residential. This is kind of a little bit even less aggressive than that. I just would like to allow some phasing in the land use code.
What do you think, Mike? Is that something that you guys can work on and bring back to us at some point before we take a final vote? Oh, I can't hear you, Mike. I'm sorry.
Excuse me. We haven't had a chance to really evaluate the proposal that we received yesterday from Wig Properties on phasing. If Council Member Robertson or other council members would like us to explore that and create an alternative as we bring back the final ordinance for adoption, we could certainly work on something like that and make sure it was clear.
Yeah, I would. And maybe it's something that we all agree to put in, or maybe it's something that I bring a motion to amend, but I would like that because I think it's fair.
I see consensus for wanting and on the pros and cons of that. Okay, Mike?
Thank you.
Okay. Right.
Yeah. So we have one more ordinance that is kind of a procedural thing, because we've already reviewed this and agreed to bring it forward, which is what we are doing tonight. We're bringing it forward. Mr. Miyake, would you like to introduce this?
Sure, Mayor. Ordinance 6616 removes limitations on the number of unrelated persons that may occupy a dwelling unit. And just by way of background, the Land Use Code is in response to recent state legislation, Senate Bill 5235, that will replace the interim official control that was adopted in July. A study session was held on this back in October. And again, joining us this evening is both Mike Brennan, Trisna Tanis, and Caleb Miller, both from the Development Services Department, to answer any questions you might have before you take action on this ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Miyake. Good evening again, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and Council. Marathon tonight. We're getting there. So we do have one more very brief staff report here on this residential occupancy code amendment. And I'm going to just hand it to Trisna and and Caleb to walk through the PowerPoint presentation. We are seeking council action on this item this evening. Trisna.
Thanks, Mike. Good evening again, everyone. Next slide, please, Caleb. For action tonight, as Mike noted, we are asking council to adopt this LUCA ordinance number 6616. Next slide. So we have a really short presentation for you. We'll start with an explanation of the state legislation just to ground us on why we're here and why this LUCA is necessary. Give you a summary of the existing regulations that pertain to single family residential use and occupancy, and then go through the components of the LUCA itself. We're gonna end with the recap of the public engagement and the schedule and process for this LUCA. So next slide, please. As I'm sure you all recall from when we were in front of you for study session, this LUCA is responsive to Senate Bill 5235, which added a new section in the RCW. The bill became effective on July 25th, and council decided to adopt an interim official control to place the city into immediate conformance with the state law. The IOC is effective until January, but if adopted by council tonight, this LUCA ordinance will replace and repeal that IOC. With that, next slide, please. I'm going to turn over the presentation to Caleb to just briefly go through the remaining components. Caleb?
Thank you, Trisna, and good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council members. Before going into the specific amendments of this LUCA, we wanted to just highlight the existing health and safety regulations on the books today. These include the Bellevue City Code regulations, which are the fire, building, and other construction codes, as well as local rules for noise, public nuisances, parking, and traffic safety within the right-of-way. The land use code governs both land use and development in the city, and these regulations include ordinance number 6223, which we discussed during the study session, which regulates different types of rental housing options. And then transient lodging are short-term vacation rentals, and then parking and circulation on private property are also regulated under the land use code. Residents are still encouraged to report any possible violations of these codes using the My Bellevue app or by contacting the code compliance team. And our permit center is also open for any questions that property owners or others may have regarding these codes. So to get into the specific amendments, currently the family definition in the land use code is the primary governor for occupancy. And this states that a maximum of 4 unrelated people may be considered a family. This is supposed to be revised to remove this limitation and provided that the occupants do operate as a single housekeeping unit, meaning they have full access to the entire home and share the general maintenance and expenses and other responsibilities of residency. Additionally, the single housekeeping unit definition currently has a requirement that all occupants be on a single lease. This is supposed to be removed as it is a regulation of occupancy that is not related to health or safety. And then there are specific housing uses with their own occupancy limits in the land use code, which are proposed for removal. The accessory dwelling units section limits the occupancy based on the family definitions that is proposed to just be stricken. Boarding houses and bed and breakfasts are limited to 2 rooms being rented to a maximum of 2 people. This will still apply to transient lodging situations, but the limit is proposed for removal for long-term occupancy or any occupancy more than 30 days. And then the 2-room maximum will still apply in either case. Finally, for rooming houses, they are currently limited to a maximum of 4 rooms rented to 5 individuals. The occupancy limit is proposed for removal, but the 4-room limit will remain under this LUCA. These amendments are really intended to just be narrow in scope and just comply with the state law as needed. In terms of public engagement for this LUCA, there are 2 modes. First, for the process 4 requirements, which are all the required noticing and the public hearings. And additionally, a city webpage was created for members of the public to learn more about the LUCA and keep track of its progression. Staff contact was also provided if any questions or comments. At this time, 1 public comment has still been received by staff, and this comment was just to express concerns over increased activity, parking demand, and traffic as a result of this LUCA. But again, I would point to the existing health and safety codes as well as just our general regulations to prevent some of those concerns. arising. Next, here's the schedule of the LUCA's progression. We're at the tail end here. The Planning Commission held a single study session followed by a public hearing and recommendation in October. And then the EBCC did have a chance to review this LUCA during their October 5th courtesy hearing. If adopted tonight, this LUCA will again be presented to the EBCC, tentatively scheduled for December 7th for a public hearing and for them to take action and approve or disapprove. Finally, as Tris noted, this LUCA ordinance does include repeal language for the IOC that was adopted in July. And so this LUCA, if adopted, will replace the IOC, and we do expect this to happen ahead of the expiration. And so with that, staff does recommend adoption of ordinance number 6616. And I'll pass it back to the mayor.
Thank you. There we go. We have been discussed this quite a bit in the past. This is supposed for final action. Are there any comments or questions? Or if not, I will ask for a motion. Deputy Mayor?
You want me to extend the time of the meeting still, Mayor? Are you trying to get this under the gun here at 10:30? I wasn't sure.
There are no comments or questions. We will make it under the wire.
Oh, okay, well, I do have one question here, and then I may have a comment depending on the answer to that question. But can you remind me again some of the EBCC comments and where they stand on this and what we can expect, what kind of action they may take on, was it December 7th?
Do you want me to answer that, Tristan? The EBCC generally had the same comments as what we heard from the one public commenter, just increased activity and traffic and parking. I wouldn't say they gave any sort of indication that I could see that they would vote either way, but yeah, they generally raised the same concerns that we've heard.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Councilmember Robertson.
I just wanted to confirm, when is the IPMC with the occupancy limitations going to come forward? Because that was my big concern about this.
So we don't have that added to our current work plan as a narrow code amendment. That would be considered, and we're starting work next year on the next update to the I codes. So we would include evaluation of that entire code as part of that next series of code updates that would occur. So that work would begin later next year. And I forgot the adoption date, but I believe it's in July of 2023.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, you want to make a motion?
Certainly, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance 6616, amending sections of the land use code to remove limitations on the number of unrelated persons that may occupy a dwelling unit and amend other sections of the land use code for clarification and consistency.
No second?
Second.
Okay, I'll second.
Huh? I called it.
Did Councilmember Stokes seconded? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Productive meeting. We are adjourned. I'll see you in a week. Thank you.
Bye-bye.